So yesterday, basically we created two doc types. One was the driver doc types, one was the vehicle. We imported stuff, right? We learned about data import, data export. Then we learned about controllers, right? After virtual field and why virtual fields are not in the database, right? So they have some limitations. But when we use the controllers, we actually set that field so it automatically updates it whenever the document is updated. So let's open up the app here. So I'll do bench start, and here we'll open up our app that we were working on, rentals. Yeah. So what are the files that get generated when you create a doc type? New doc type, JSON file and JS, Python file, and then test file. Correct. That happens with custom or without the custom. So what happens when the custom is checked? Not generate the code files. So when you want to generate the code files, you have to go into developer mode. How do you, like, where is that key set? Site config. So what's the difference between this site config and common site config? Common site config is all sites on the bench. Site config is for one particular site. And the bigger question, yeah, good timing, good morning, Wally. Yeah, as I was saying, the big question is, what's this env folder here? If you go back. Yeah, env is Python version environment. So whatever bench installs the Python packages, the binaries, everything lives in this folder and it is used, right? So what's the command I showed you to install packages in bench pip, right? Not the normal pip, bench pip. And that was it. So then we created a, so now you know the difference between app and sites. So since you are not asking questions, I will ask, right? So tell me, like, so in a bench, I have three apps, right? Maybe Frappe, ERP next, and then some whiteboard app that I've created. And I have two sites. Do both the sites get all the three apps automatically? No, right? So you can pick and choose. So Frappe is always there. Frappe is always there. Like by default, you can't escape it because that's the framework. And then you can install your other apps. One more question. So what's the file where you define, like where the processes are defined? What all processes will start when you do bench start? Proc file. What is that full form for? Process file. It defines the processes. And we saw what some processes do. Some we will see as we go. Cache, queue, then there was socket IO that we explained through the boxes, right? That okay, Python side pushes it to the Redis socket IO instance, and then that pushes it to the node one, and then that pushes it to the front end. And it is only one way, as someone asked, like whether it is two-way or just one way. It is one way. So yeah, we will learn about the APIs that it gives, but the behind the scene it is clear, right? What's actually bench doing? What's the role of the bench? What's the difference between site and apps? How to install? What is the command to install a particular app on a site? Yeah, correct. And what if I want to see the like access the database console, that is the MySQL console for a particular site? MariaDB and Python console, bench, that's just site, whatever site name, and then console. This much is clear, everything is clear, right? So yeah. So this is where we ended yesterday. We were writing this, yeah, before save hook, right? There are a lot of hooks. Did anybody see the documentation? There is before insert, there is on trash, which runs on delete. whenever the document is being deleted. And if you want to do after delete, there is also an after delete. There is validate if you want to run some validations, like it also runs before save. Before save. So then we saw that how to get the object of this. So in Python console or in the Python site or any script we'll write going forward, how do I get a particular driver document? Yeah, via name. You know the driver ID and the doc type. Get doc. Frappe.getDoc. If you do, you will tell I want this driver. It will give you that object of this instance. And then we ran driver dot send alert. So this got printed. So that's how it can. So how many ways we learned to do CRUD? Three ways. What was the first one? Normal through the UI. You go into the list view, you click on add this. You can do create, read, update, delete from there. Second was REST API, right? That was interesting because now it gives you the power to interact with your system from external services. So, what was the endpoint we used for REST API? Yeah, version 2 we used. What was the actual, yeah, API? Yeah, document and then the doc type name. So, if it is driver, it will give you the list of drivers. If it is vehicles, it will give you vehicles. And then you can apply query filters, query parameters, say, okay, if I want this fields, I want the filter or sort by. So I'll show you the documentation. So if you just search for REST API Frappe, you will see the documentation page. REST API Frappe, yeah. So how do I authenticate REST API? So this form, right? So this is the form of the token. You pass it in the headers, API key, API secret. There is also normal way to authenticate, right? So you have to handle cookies and session data. That's it. That's the easiest one. And here is the documentation for API v1. API v2 is not documented yet, but it will be, and that will be the new thing. So you are already learning the newest version. Yeah. Okay. So today, what we'll do is, so it will return the cookie. You have to store it somewhere. So generally, if you're using some client, right, client library, they already manage it automatically. Yeah. Fil- mhm. So then you have to use a different API we have. There is a get list API. Yeah. So it is all under dot client. So let me just show you. So if I go to app/frappe, so we use it in FrappeUI as well. The one you're talking, you can tell it everything. So the URL won't be dynamic then. Then you can just in the JSON you can pass. Let me just show you an example. So client, yeah, this, and then get list. So you can call /API/v2/method and then the path to this frappe.client.getList, and it takes in doc type not query parameters, but you can pass it in the body. Yeah, make sense? Yeah. Okay. Third was the script. Server scripts. We opened up console and we tried it, right? Get doc, new doc, db.getValue. There is like a list of APIs that you can find again in the docs. So Frappe DB API. See. So here we'll find what all is available. db.getList is there, right? Then db.setValue, that to set a value of a particular doc type, or like document particular field. Then you can check if some doc type exists or not. There are APIs to count, right? This will behind the scene will run select count star if you know SQL. Then there is frappe.db.delete dot truncate. You were asking, right? So there is db.truncate. You can truncate whole tables. A commit is triggered before the execution is like before the statement, this action cannot be rolled back. That's why I said like be careful. Yeah, be careful. It will truncate the whole table. For loop. Yeah. That is, there is a command for that, I guess, in SQL. I don't know, but you have to clean the whole database. But yeah, usually, like rarely you run into these actions. So yeah, db.commit we used, right? We saw when in console we created a new doc, it was not visible in the list view. Yeah, so when we had to go and commit, then come back, then we were able to see, right? In most cases, you don't need to commit manually. That's what I said. In console, it is special. Console does not automatically commit, right? So rollback is the just reverse of commit. Like don't save whatever progress I have made, just roll back to the beginning. Yeah. So yeah, you can go over this. Cool. So wait. Okay. So yesterday we solved two problems. Now we are going to create more doc types to automate more of the stuff. So first of all, we'll create a doc type to manage the orders. Right now, what he's doing, he's just getting a call, he's registering the people he's assigning the driver, right? So we want to automate that itself. So what will happen is people can automatically book it via a form, right? So the actual booking. So let's go back, create a new doc type. Irfan dot caps and doc type. Okay. What name should we give it? We are going to store the booking, right? Yeah, right, booking maybe. Booking can be anything, right? So as we discussed, we can be more specific here. What will be the module? Automation. No, rentals. Uh, so submittable, right? Let's write booking can be submittable. Okay. Wait. First we will call it order. So what will happen is now I'm thinking this way. You get the order, you may choose to accept it or reject it. And once he accepts the order, then only we create a booking. Make sense? This way, like if they directly create booking records, then it means we are doing billing. It means the invoice gets created or whatever if you mean that. So think about this as purchase order and purchase invoice. Purchase order is created, we may reject, we may cancel it, right? So then invoice doesn't get created. So what I will do is I will do write order, create. I won't do submittable right now. So what all things we do we need to create an order? Customer name. Let's do a data. You could create a customer doc type and then use that, but let's do customer name. Okay. What else? Address. Let's do small text. Address is like little more than 200 can be. Pickup address. So drop off we won't do because his use case is that like you take wherever you want. I will charge per kilometer. So they can like have him for the day as well. Pickup address, let's make this mandatory. Customer name is also mandatory. What else do we need? Yeah, some form of contact. Phone number maybe. Let's do phone number. Contact number. Let's make that mandatory. What else? Email. I think contact number is fine. You could take email as well. Depends on the use case. Signature. I don't think signature is required. Booking is like you go and book. Yeah, date, I guess. Date can be there. let's do date time. So they can select the date as well as the time. So we'll call it pickup time mandatory. What else? Yeah, that we'll do once we actually send a vehicle. This is what they want the vehicle. We haven't accepted it. So some field to track that whether we accepted it, rejected it, or is it pending. So I will add a new field. Let's do like since this field can have discrete options, we won't do data, right? This can be either this, or this. So we'll do a select field and we'll call it status. Let's move it above this one. And to give the discrete options, right, you can see this is a select field by this icon that you see, right? So you scroll down to options, and here you can define what all values this select field will have. Options, what all options this field will have. So first can be new booking, second can be accepted, then rejected. Okay. Hits. No, this is like we are keeping track of this doc type. This is we are creating right now. We haven't created a portal to accept this data yet. So when we are creating the customer side of thing, we won't show them. We will ask whatever is required. That is the web form feature we are going over next. But status, no, Irfan can accept and reject from the desk. Mhm. Yeah, in that side we'll do. Like in this side, we are creating just a normal doc type. Maybe Irfan will, for now, he'll just get the call, he'll create this. So one piece is still missing, that how we collect this from the customer. That we'll figure out in the next step. So let's do the default should be new. Let's hit save. And let's give it a naming rule that makes sense. So you can look at the name and tell, okay, this came in this year, this month, right? Sales invoice has the year and month and some form of information, right? You can look at the name and tell, okay, this is when this was created. So let's do expression, and this time I will do RO for right order, right? And then we can do y. So whenever this is created, while generating the name, Frappe will replace with the current month, y with the current year, and then you can do hash. So 010203. By now this is clear, right? Yeah. So let's hit save, go to right order list and try to create a new right order. Customer name, John. Contact number, let's select India. Pickup date time, you see, when you selected the date time field, type of field, it shows the date picker as well as the time picker. There are also separate date and time components, like field types. So that is also there. So let's select 14. Pickup address, Dubai Airport, Dubai International. Let's hit save. So as you can see, the status is new, and status field has a special treatment in Frappe. Status field gets us if it is exactly named status. So it is rendered as a badge for one. See, you might have used it like in yesterday's assignment. Did you learn how to change colors of this based on the status? That's cool. Next thing, it used our naming pattern. See, 324. But how? Why is it 24? It should start at 1, right? Let's find out. Huh. Weird. Any idea? So yeah, new doc type. We created new thing, new site. Everything is new. So I haven't touched this. This is what we started yesterday. Yeah, any idea? Even I don't have idea. So if you have, you can tell me. Otherwise, we'll investigate. Hmm? Yeah, there is a something called naming settings. Naming document naming settings. Let's see. Update counter. Okay, wait. I have to check. So, but this won't. This we are not using naming series. We are just using expressions, right? Yeah, local. It is local. So counter is per doc type. Hmm. The vehicle. Yeah. Let's check. So 23. Ah, weird. It may be a bug because I'm using very latest Frappe, so it keeps changing. It shouldn't be global. It was not. I have made this app like 5 6 times now. The first time I'm encountering this. Yeah, I've done some stuff different, but huh, it shouldn't be right. Two hash codes as well. So let's do one thing. Let me just pull the latest Frappe. I am 65 commits behind. And then what I will do is, so I just pulled the Frappe repository through VS Code. You can just do the same thing. You go into CD into your Frappe and do git pull. And then I will run bench dash dash whatever site is. What is the site? Irfan.tabs. Migrate. Okay. Let it upgrade. Yeah, it's done. So 24, right? Let's create a new one test. Find out. 25. Okay. Okay. So we could go and debug this. That could be a great session, but we'll miss on some core concepts. So maybe we'll raise an issue after hours thing. Yeah, that can be done. Good morning. Come on, come on. Okay. So for now it is fine. It is a bug. So it should be 1 and 0, 1 and 0, 2. Cool. But we got the order, right? There is one key information missing from this order. So now you are Irfan. What you will do with this information? Vehicle should be asked from the customer, right? What vehicle do you want? Do you want a BMW this, BMW that? Driver is assigned by, that was in the problem statement itself. So now we want vehicle here, vehicle field. So that won't be a normal field. That can't be a data field, right? So vehicles, we already have a separate doc type for vehicles, right? So that vehicle should be one of the vehicles in the system. So this is a one-to-one. You may call it foreign key in Frappe. It is not foreign key behind the scenes, but it works like that. So you are linking two doc types. So that's where link field comes in. I'll create a link field. Label it vehicle. And then in the options, right? When you click on options, it will show you the list of doc types which you can link to. So in this case, what doc type do you want to link to? Vehicle. Hit save. Go back. And now if you click on this field, it will show you the list of vehicles that we have in the system, right? So we have because we gave it a auto increment naming. So we just have one vehicle in the system. And you can choose to create new vehicle right from here. But yeah, this is how link field work. And then you can click this. So this will be linked. But I don't like this. I don't like one. What vehicle? What's the vehicle? We don't know, right? So let's do some things. So what information will be useful? So I think at least make and model should be shown, right? And since we have now learned that we can generate the full name of the vehicle, let's add a new field, edit doctype. Let's generate a new field called full. Let's do a data field, full name. So full names are for humans, but what can we call it for vehicles? Title, let's call it title of the vehicle, right? And let's make it read only because we will generate it. Let's move it to the top. Come on. Okay. Wait. Yeah, so I'll move it to the top. And title should be something like BMW plus the make, comma, then the year. Can we generate that now? Which file do I write this logic in? File. Python file is for sure, but which Python file? Vehicle.py, because that's where the controller of the vehicle will live. So either you can go into the vehicle folder or you can directly search for vehicle.py here. So we can use the validate as well. Let's do self or before save. I like it more, but that's personal choice. Before save. So what do we want to set? Self.title to what? Self.make, self.model, comma, self.year, right? Let's test it out. Let's go back. Let's go to vehicle list. And okay. I know this bug. So see an empty column. So if you see something like this in the preview, it is not there, right? This is the second time I'm encountering. So what you can do is there is still the old child table. See column break. So form builder is doing nothing but generating this child table for you. Earlier, before form builder, you used to work with this child table. You used to go here and add row and add your field types. Now it is much more visual, but it has this bug. So we can delete this. I first saw it in Frappe school website. Then I saw what is happening. Let's go back. Yeah, it is back. And let's change something S30. See, title got generated. Right? Now we have the title. So now we can use this to be shown in the link field as well. And it should be the title also. So it will be so much better if the first column of the list and the name is better than one. One is useless, right? We don't have. Yeah. Yeah, I saved. Control S, Command S. Yeah. Yeah, as you can see, Command S. If there are no changes, it will show. Okay, so we go into settings.
Sorry, I have just a small question. Yeah. In case we added, let's assume that we have 500 cars or vehicles already in there, and then we come up with this new idea
Logic,
of adding
yeah.
a title. So, and we want to
Fix the existing ones.
Yeah. What's the best flow for that?
So if you have access to System Console, that's best. Here you can write one line for. So
okay, so you just write the Python code here,
Yeah.
here for it. There is not a, okay.
Yeah, because we can't guess that what controller you want to rerun, right? Yeah, if you want to fix the existing, say you already created your drivers. So usually this happens in patches. Usually you write a patch. So let's write a patch. So since we are, so as I said yesterday, right? Patches are some custom script that you could tell Frappe to run whenever it is migrating, running migrate. And patches only run once. So it will keep track what patches have already been run, what are left to run. So here in your app, anywhere you can write patches. Usually it's in uh, the doctype folder itself. There is a command as well to create a patch, but I'm not going to use it right now. So let's create a file where, what is this patch related to? Which doctype? Vehicle. So let's create patches. You can call it anything. I'm just, or you can just have dot patches as well. And here I'll create a new file. Let's call it what we are fixing. Set title.py. And here, patches, you must have a function called execute, right? Def execute. Exactly, right? So let's import Frappe. And then here you can run whatever you want. Okay, there is some issue, but fine. So, no, this won't work. So let's fix it. What does it say? Linting failed. This line 55 column 1. Okay. PyProject.taml. Line 55. Happy now? Yeah, it is happy now. Fine. So what do we want to do now? We want to set the titles. Title is set. So let's do that. So let's get all the vehicles. Frappe dot, DB dot, get all. We want to get all the vehicles, right? Which fields do you want? We don't want any fields right now. We'll get all the vehicles and we'll iterate over them for v in vehicles. Then we can call getDoc. Vehicle equal to Frappe dot getDoc vehicle v. I'll tell you, like, let me just complete the script and I'll explain what it is doing. So we'll say vehicle dot set title. So this function will write in the vehicle controller. Let's go back to vehicle controller, def, and we'll move this logic here and call this here. Okay. You can make this more efficient. Currently, it will do getDoc. GetDoc fetches all of the document, like data of the doc type. You can just do it in getAll itself. So let's first do this and we can optimize. So I have saved the vehicle now. Yeah, let's do one thing. Will this fix? It should fix, right? Yeah. So you have to do frappe.db. Why doesn't it? Yeah, frappe.db.commit. So this will now push all your changes to the database. I don't recall why we are. Commit is required, right, in patches? Why was that? Because if you want to check some examples of patches, you can just go to see how many patches does Frappe have? 237. Yeah, see. So here there is one patch in Frappe framework that is trying to update something, and then it will commit. If it fails, it will roll back. So then in patches, you have to manage your commit and rollback, right? So let's keep it like this. We can add a try catch block if you want to. But how do you run patches? Just migrate. So bench dash dash site. I have one vehicle. Okay, we already set it. So to check whether it already fixes. So let's create a few more vehicles. Ah, let's go back. No, not this. Let's close Frappe. Where is it? Yeah. So what we will do is we will assume that this is the old code, right? We comment this out. Okay. Now it won't automatically generate. So we have some test points. Let's call it Hyundai. Okay. We could have duplicated it, but okay. See, now the title didn't get generated. So this is assuming that customer site has already this data, and now we introduce this new feature, right? So now we will go back to patches. Let's go back, and I will run migrate. Observe the console. Okay, the patch didn't run. Why? Did we tell Frappe that we have created this patch anywhere? No. So we have to tell Frappe patches.txt. Here you have to tell Frappe what patches do you want to run. And as I was saying yesterday, right, you could either run them before the model has been synced into the database, which means new field have been added, this, that, or you can run after. So here in this case, we'll do after because we want the new title field to be added already. And here you give the dotted path. Let's give the dotted path. So the dotted path will be rentals.rentals.doctype.vehicle.patches.setTitle. Short and sweet, right? So let's go back. Rentals.doctype.vehicle.patches.setTitle. Okay. Now again I will do migrate. Observe there was one line. Executing rentals this. It executed. Let's check the data whether it was fixed or not. See, the title got set here as well as here. But there is one issue with this. Yeah, it depends. Like Frappe ERP like people make sure that okay, patches are doing what they are supposed to do. If you ever write patch and you do some mistake, then that's up to you. Yeah, they are supposed to. Yeah, once it happened, I think somebody wrote a patch and it just dropped a column. So that data is gone forever now. You can't recover easily. The only thing is you restore to a previous backup that you might have, right? So that's why backups are important. So if your database messes up due to your application logic or patches or anything like that. Yeah. So if you run migrate again, it won't run that patch. It noted down, okay, this patch has been run. It won't run again because data fixing is not required again and again, right? Patches are to fix data. Once it is fixed, it keeps note of patches. Done. Okay. So usually I don't cover patches in this depth, but I covered. Hmm? You want to run again? No, bench command. There is a command in the bench. You can bench execute patch, something like that. I don't recall. Or just rename the patch. That is also there. So you can fool Frappe that, okay, this is something new.
But for this particular use case, you recommend using a patch, or do you recommend going to the console, or what's the?
If you have 20 users, how will you go to each of them in console? No, no. Yeah, if they have installed your app, you already fixed. Now this is an update. We added a new feature today, right? If they have yesterday's app, today we added a new feature. You push it to GitHub, they will pull it, but their title will be empty if you don't write a patch. Either someone has to go and fix in their console, but there are 100 users on ERP next, say, for example. You can't go in each one. So that's when patches come in. And one more best practice is to not meddle with this modified date when you run patches. Patches are supposed to be silent. In this case, it meddled with the modified date. So there is a flag that you can pass in set value, get value, that update modified equal to false. That won't update it. So that are some good practices for patches. I think that will be it for patches now. But yeah, now you know how to fix up existing data. And you can optimize this, by the way. Actually, getDoc is not required here. So you can optimize this. But since these are the APIs, you know, then that is fine. Cool. This was patches. So let's bring back this set title. And now we'll use this to improve our user experience. I'll go to the DocType, vehicle, settings. I will set view settings, title, and show title in link fields. Now you understand what link fields are? And instead of showing 1, 2, 3, we are saying show the title, show this field that we just added. So let's see what impact it creates. Control S. Let's go back to our ride order. Refresh. Notice something different? See. Much more useful, right? And now if you select as well, it's pretty clear what vehicle do they want. Nice. Done. This is one more doc type that we created. Cool. Okay. Any doubts till now? So this was just another doc type, but we learned about patches. So that's a plus. But yeah, now the thing is, how do we collect this from the user? What? No, like this is in the desk, right? I told you about two things. Like desk is the admin view, your internal employees, you managers, they access this view. Your suppliers, customer, external to the company, or external users who come to your website and book. How do they book now? Right? So we some form we will need that we show them. They can fill the form, they can select the vehicle, and this should automatically get created, order. Right? So let's do that. So there is a feature called web form. You want to take form? Yeah. Yeah. Sharik will show you the web form feature.
So yeah,
He has done a lot of stuff in this feature, so he knows.
so you can just directly search from awesome bar. It is awesome, so then web form. So as you can see, there are some already standard web forms that we like. You must have seen the. You can upload your images and update your user information from web page also, right? So that is also a web form. You can see. This is also a web form. You can, I think, Hussein did some
Horrible stuff in the theme, but
yeah. So yeah. So let's create a web form for our to get the orders, right? We want to capture the order, right? If someone wants to order, suppose the BMW car, that vehicle. So let's keep the name.
Make a request.
Make the request.
No, vehicle.
Vehicle. or maybe order, uh, order a ride. So as you can see, the route is also automatically getting generated with the same name. You can always change the route, but it gets automatically graded based on the title. So then let's select, we want to create an order, right? So what was the name? Ride order. And it was the render module. Okay, so now we have some information. You can always write some description in the web form. So whenever someone lands on the web form, they can see what you want. You want to give some information to them. What is this web form is? So you can just write here. Make order your ride. So as you can see, there is a child table here, fields or web form fields. So you want some fields that they want to select, right? So you can either add it by just adding, by clicking on this, or you can see there is a get field button on the top. So what it will do, at the behind, it will get all the fields from the right order doctype, and it will just add it in this child table. Let's do that. So now we have customer name. So let's see how it looks. Let's save it. And it is not yet published. So in the sidebar, you cannot see the link to that web form. So so it is not published, you can edit it. And if you want to publish, if you want to show this on your website, so you can just publish, it will be visible, and so yeah, the form is created. So let's see, there are many fields like customer name. So this you will need from them, right? So they will have to add this. What about the contact number? Yeah, you want that also. Pickup time, yeah, they will set that by themselves. Vehicle also they can select. But status, I think they don't need to. So let's remove that. Okay. Pickup address, yeah, I think we will have to set, or
They will set that. Because
Yeah,
they have to tell where we should send the vehicle.
fine. So this is how it looks now. Now this is visible to everyone. This is globally, so it is not restricted. Publicly accessible. So you can change the look just by adding more column breaks and section breaks. You have that. Let's add a section break to this. The pickup address will be below. Let's add this here. Let's save it.
So this is how, like the previous, before the form builder came, this is how you used to add fields to the doctype as well.
Yeah. So now it looks a little bit cleaner. Maybe we can put vehicle here. Let's do that. And number here. Yeah. So cool. Now the web form is ready.
Sharik, you have a geolocation tag, right?
Yeah, we have that. We can also add that. But do we need that exactly? Because we are already adding a pickup address.
So the same pickup address
Can be a
come
geolocation.
through Google Map APIs
Yeah.
or something.
So we
Automatically, if they just put some.
have a field that we can check.
Does it work in web form though?
Yeah, I think I have to see. Let's check if it works.
Geolocation.
Yeah, it shows a map and lets you drop a pin.
Location. Let's save it and go to web form and you can add it by this button, and if you use the get fields, it will just add the new field, whatever we just added. So there should be a okay, status was added, but I think we need to refresh. Okay, I think you have a different shortcut. Okay, I'm not getting that.
Yeah, I think location may not be supported anymore.
Yeah, maybe
That is
I
weird.
think I can check here. Yeah, geolocation is not supported in the form.
Feature request.
Feature request me.
Fine. Let's keep it simple for now. So,
What does
Yeah.
e-standard do?
sorry?
E-standard, the checkbox, what does it do?
Okay, this. So, as I showed you, this three web forms, update, profile. These are standard web forms. So, if you want in your custom app, you want some standard web forms by default when you install. So, we use this checkbox to just say that this is a standard, just to show, to capture.
Otherwise also.
Otherwise also you can do, but just to show that this is some standard web form. This we have used, just like custom, we use the custom field
Reverse.
to determine that this is custom. So similarly, this is standard for standard.
Now, is this a part of code, or for now it's not? Order a write.
Sorry.
Order a write web form, like in the backend it will be like a file or not?
I think if we select this checkbox, backend files will be created in
Yeah,
our
yeah.
app.
It should work like that. So, okay, fine. Yeah. The standard, if you will check it, it will be created. The file will be created, and then you can obviously add in your custom app.
With multiple.
So it will be standard and it will get added automatically whenever someone install that app.
You selected the doctype, right?
Yeah.
You just select
And
it.
the
So
same
That's
goes
one
with
web
that.
Yeah,
one.
opposite
Tech
name,
has
but
the
same
web form.
process.
The customer portal.
Yeah, so if you want something mixed, then you create a new doctype, put it to the.
So let's get some data.
One web form, one doctype, that's it.
So if I want
Let's
two,
check
three
if
doc types,
we
the data,
can.
if form is one,
So
and
let's
some information
put
goes to one.
a name.
The system information goes to a
Maybe
second.
John.
Doctype with mixed fields.
That's what I'm telling. How do we get the
John
field?
is very famous. When you create a new doctype.
So as you can see, the vehicle is also visible. The existing vehicles.
I want this field from this doctype.
Let's select BMW, pickup address,
Just that will be helpful
by
for,
airport,
if I have.
Easy building tools.
Yeah.
and pickup time maybe today at
Maybe feature request.
22:50 maybe. And contact number. That's- Okay, let's save it. Okay, now you can see it shows that it is submitted, and let's see if the record is created in the right order. So let's go to list. As you can see now, this record is automatically got created, and the data is also there, right? Now we can work on this, and we can change it, the status, from our side, from admin side. So one more thing, I just want to go through the web form. So you saw that we got a successful message after the submit. You can customize that also. So there are tabs here. settings and customization. All the customizations you can do it from here. So there is a after submission section. Here you can just set a success title. Success URL is if you want to redirect after the submission to somewhere else, you can just add that URL here and it will redirect after 5 seconds. So for that, and success message is part of that. There are some more data like meta, and you can also, as a developer, add more scripts to style the web form here directly. And there are some APIs also available if you want to do something like, so in a doctype we can hide fields, and based on some data and all the scripts, you can do all those line scripts in web form also. So using this script section. So you can see the example here. Like APIs are available. Write an event handler to do actions when a field is changed. The get value part for the any fields, if someone the client has set some field, you can get the value and do some actions based on that value. So all those kind of scripts you can write in here in the client script. Some CSS changes. Yeah, so all those kind of and you can also change the name of the submit button. So right now it says save, right? You can maybe set it as book my ride. Okay. Let's see how it looks. Book my ride. So yeah, this kind of small UI changes you can do from customizations. You can also add a banner. Should I use this?
What is that?
A football, I think. Image. Just for reference. Yeah. You can add banners like that. So now about settings. We have many settings here. I will not go to everything in detail, just I will give an overview what it is. So login required. So right now this web form is publicly available. So if you only want this web form to be available for the logged in users of this sites, just set as login required. And if you can see, there are many other options shown, like allow multiple responses for one user, allow editing after submit, anonymous recently have added to get anonymous response. So right now when someone submits, you also get the name of the user who created that record. So if you set anonymous, it will be guest user. So yeah, there are many other options you can go through. So when you select the allow multiple response, let's try and check. So now you see the list view here. Because we are submitting multiple response, you can see all the responses in the list view here, and you can just open and check. And if you enable the edit mode, you will be able to edit also. So a separate button, edit response button will be visible, and you can edit and save again. So all those customizations can be done just by checking some things. Cool, I think
Just one small question.
yeah.
That URL, it's obviously it's static, the response to URL on success.
Yeah.
Upon submitting, does this the web form get the
ID number.
Basically, you know, when ordering arrives, you know, thank you very much. You can track your the progress of your order through this
Yeah,
link.
I think we can add after submission. Maybe we can add the link.
The URL is not
directly
dynamic.
here in the.
The URL is static.
You cannot add the parameter.
These are static.
Yeah.
So I've solved it like hacky way. You will find it in one of my videos. What I do is I set it in session,
Okay.
the ID, and then I access it in the success page. I render a different success page altogether.
Maybe we can.
But yeah, these two can be Jinja.
Yeah.
Then it will be totally possible. And then you can pass in the whatever new record got created as the context. That's a good feature, by the way.
And also, like, if this customer does not have the permission for the vehicle lock type, so can he able to add the record through the web form?
So you're talking about when login is required is checked, right? Because when they are guests, they will have access. So you'll have to think if you want to make the web form accessible or not, because you will give some data to them if you are making it
So after
publicly
login,
available.
we need to give the permission.
After login, I think it will be based on their credentials, permissions.
We have to set the permission in the doc.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Sean. Version. Thank you, Sharik. Yeah, so this was web form. So now, like one thing, let's just check if the web form got saved with our app, and looks like it didn't. So that's what the standard checkbox does. So you hit save, and then you go back, and you will see there should be web form folder. In there is order arrived, and it has here you can write the script. There is also a py, then there is this JSON. So these three files got created for now. If you ship this app, the user will also get this web form. Otherwise, it's just a customization like custom doc type, right? So standard is something that has code that comes with the app. Custom is something that lives on the site that we discussed. That same for doc type, web form. We'll see other stuff as well. Same concept. This is what makes framework powerful, right? Like even after you have shipped the app, right? You ship the ride management app, but now Irfan wants some more forms. He can create custom forms for his instance. You gave it to 10 companies. They all can tailor your app using customizations. Yeah. Cool. Let's go back. Yeah. So it's time to come back here. Ride. No, doc type. So now ride order is fine. We are getting the orders. You can share the link. You can market it anywhere. Irfan can market basically the web form ka link, and the user can book from there. Now that part is done. But now the actual ride, right? The actual booking. When he accepts it, he has to create a booking. Suppose he went and accepted this order. Okay. So this is Irfan now. He went here and he accepted this order. Okay. Now what happens? Right? There should be some other booking getting created, right? So what did I say? Like, just recall the problem statement. When he gets a call, right? He asks for the vehicle, assigns a driver, right? So now our actual booking will have the vehicle as well as the driver. So let's create a new doc type, and this time I'll check that checkbox that we have been avoiding till now. So let's call it ride booking rentals is submittable. I'm checking this, don't worry, I will explain what it does. Create and continue. So you will see it automatically added one field called amendment form. See, you are asking, right? I forgot your name. What is your name? Hamid. Yeah. So you were asking about the amendment form field. We'll answer that now. So yeah. So write booking, what all fields do we need? Just think about it as a normal doctype for now. Yeah, we can link the order itself. We don't need to copy over the data again. So what field will it be? What type of field? Link. It is linked to an order, right? So let's do a link. We can call it order. I'll move it above this. And what doctype will it link to? Options, right? Order. Hit save. Let's make it mandatory because without orders you can't create, right? And what's the additional information we need for creating a booking? Driver. Driver will be what type of field? Link, because it's also one of our doc types in our system. So one-to-one mapping. Driver or one-to-many if you want to call it that. Because if you look from driver side, multiple drivers can be linked to, like, one driver can be linked to multiple write orders. That's how from the other side. But here it is just one driver. So options will be driver. Okay, let's make it mandatory. Hit save. Go to write booking list and let's create a booking. So let's select the order, this one maybe. Let's assign a driver. So maybe Steven. Let's hit save. It's saved like a normal doc type, but see the button and the banner. See this banner and this button. So this is no longer save. This is called submit. And then this is a banner. It says submit this document to confirm. So this is what happened when you selected the submittable doctype button, right? We checked, right? Is submittable. So submittable doctypes are usually like transactional doctypes like sales invoice or purchase invoice, right? Not the masters. So driver can change, right? So what happens is submittable doctypes have three states. At first, they are like normal doctypes. They are in draft. You can edit them like a normal doctype. You can change the driver now, or you can change the order. So maybe we switch the driver to Sophia. But when you submit it, so let's submit this. Everything becomes read-only. Now you can't edit this. This is read-only. That is read-only. If you see, I can't edit them. These both are read-only. So this is the second state they are in. You can also see the batch. This is submitted. So you can't edit. See? So submittable doctypes have three sets. I said first is the draft one. That is just like normal doctype. You can edit. You can update. That's fine. But once submitted, you can't edit any of the fields. Make sense? Why? Why do we have submittable doctypes? Invoices, right? So take an example of invoices. So once a sales transaction is done, it is unlikely that the prices are going to change or the items are going to change because we will only submit when the transaction is done. Otherwise, it will be in draft. The transaction is still going on, right? So in those use cases, it is good. So once our ride is done, we'll submit it because then the driver won't change because that thing is already happened. The driver already went, the booking stuff happened, we done. Now, we even don't want the user to change it, right? We can't say, okay, you sold at 10 rupees, right? The transaction is done, but then you go and make it 12 rupees. That is an issue, right? That case is submittable doctype coming. And what if you made a mistake? Maybe the order is wrong or the driver is wrong. So you can't edit it, but you can cancel it. So now you see the button is called cancel. Let's cancel this one. Done. It got cancelled. See? Cancel. This is the third state a submittable doctype can be in. Cancelled means, okay, this is no longer counted in your transactions. This is a cancelled thing. But now, since you made a mistake in selecting the driver, you can amend it. Make amendments, right? So let's do amend. And see this field that we saw? So this will keep a track. So this is not that same thing. You're not amending that original document. You're not editing that original one. You are just telling this was the original one which got cancelled. This is the new one, updated one. So it keeps track of the whole trail. Making sense? Right? Simple. So it was in draft, transaction was not done, stuff was still changing. Then you submitted it. Then it becomes in stone. So no, you can't change it. But you can still cancel it. Okay, that transaction is no longer valid. Let me amend it. But the history will still be there. So this is good for us, for the data, right? So we'll hit save. That's why it automatically added this amendment form field. And it is a link field, by the way. It links to the original one. So you can have link fields of the same doc type in the doc type. So this is a link field to the right booking itself.
Can you go back to the previous one and amend again and again and again?
No. Already amended it. So now you can cancel this one and then amend.
But how is that done? Like since this is a doc type, how is this concept implemented? Is there a way to make sure that the assignment is one-to-one? Because right now what we've seen...
Yeah, validations are there in place. Validations are there. It won't let you edit. And it will make sure that like, okay, amended is the right one. So it's the read-only one. Read-only. You can't say that, okay, it was amended from this. Framework will take care of it. But yeah, now you can make amends and submit again. So maybe I will change the driver. Let's say this was the issue I made. Matthew. Hit save. Submit. And done. And by the way, the naming convention you see, like it just adds a -1 if it was amended from something. So even the name indicates that it was a newer version of the original one. Revision. Revision is the very correct word for it. It was the revision of it. Revision 2, revision 3, similarly. Correct. Yeah. There is a separate permission. So submittable, you can have permission for submitting, cancelling both separately. Allow submit. You will be able to edit particular fields. So sales invoice, let's take an example of sales invoice. It is not paid yet, but the transaction is done. So only the field that will get updated is the status of that. It will become unpaid to paid when a payment entry is created, right? In that case, we want status to still change after submission. So in that case, what you can do is you can just go to the property. For example, let's add something here. Test field, let's add a data field. Still editable. And here in the properties, you can say allow on submit. Let's hit save. Go back to booking. You will see all the fields will become read-only except the one you have marked allow on submit. So this field can be edited after the submit as well. So make sure, depending on the use case, you make this. Otherwise, if you make all as allow and submit, then that's the submittable thing becomes useless. So yes, there are some use cases. Yeah, in lunch break, I can say. I'm kidding. So yeah. So this is where non-devs stop, right? But we are in a developer program. So let's peek behind the scenes and see what's happening in the database when you are making something submittable and draft. So how do you go into the MariaDB console? When the site MariaDB. Okay. Let's select star from tab. What will be the name of this? Right booking. So since there is a space in between, we have to add backticks. Tab right booking. So if you see this amended from, fine, right? So if it is null, means it was not amended from anything. It is a fresh document. But here you can find, here is the field we never added. Can see this? Doc status. So this is not status. This is doc status exactly. And this is the field that is used to track whether a document is submitted, draft or cancelled. So if it is 0, draft. 1, submitted. 2, cancelled. Same as the order it goes. 0 is draft, then it becomes submitted, that is 1, and then 2. That's it. This field is used to do everything related to submittable, like this, capturing the status of the submittable document. Make sense? Again, I will ask this in eval, so be prepared. Okay. So ever if you want to, in the backend, right, if you want to check, like in scripting, it is useful to know that, okay, doc status is the thing that is used to track. So if you want to get all the documents that are submitted, you can do this. Because in many times when you're preparing reports, you want to ignore the cancelled ones. Right? You just want the transactions that are already done or are in draft. In that cases, you can pass filters to get doc, like get all, using this doc status field. So if you know the fields, you can easily write those scripts. Make sense? Let's make this more complicated. I'm not liking this. Complicated in the sense, complicated is not complex maybe. So now order and driver is fine. Where is the money he charged? Where did it go? How many kilometers he drive? Where are those fields? What's the status of this? Whether he go or not go, or whether like the customer didn't show up, what is happening? We'll need some more fields. But there is an interesting thing we have to solve here. So here's the requirement. So suppose the customer called your, see, pickup point Dubai airport, right? He went to Dubai Mall. So the driver is keeping track in his notebook or whatever he is. He says it was 5 kilometers. Okay. Then what did they do? They went from Dubai Mall to their office. That was 3 kilometers. So Irfan wants to track all this. Where is the they are visiting? And he charges per kilometer. So let's say $5 per kilometer or $50 per kilometer. We want to make this guy rich, but yeah. So that is that. Dubai is too costly. Yeah. I realized the night I arrived here. Like Uber guys are driving Tesla. And, yeah. So this was $50 per kilometer. He charges whatever charge. He can say he can set the rate in a setting. We'll do that. We'll make a setting where he can set the standard rate. That's fine. But he wants to track this line items, you can say. Right? So now, if you want to calculate the total amount, what you will do? What's the total distance? 8 kilometers. You multiply this with this. What you will get the total invoice amount? $400 or dirhams. Fine. You want to get calculated at VAT? No, 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 no. Let's not touch taxes from like I don't want to touch with a 1 kilometer rod. No, no, no. Taxes are, you can. It is fairly simple. Just it will complicate the calculations and it will deviate from the main thing I want to cover. But yeah, good point. If you have time, like if you have booked this venue for 8 days, we will do everything like this. But yeah. So now we get the total, right? So this is the total. So this is all calculations, right? Like the driver will tell us this part. This we have to automatically do. But how do we capture this in our ride? Chart table. You know the answer already, but those who are new, can you guess? So here it is like one booking, one ride booking has multiple of this. So one is this, one is this. It can be 4 or 5 or 10, n number of right? N number of places he can visit. So this is called 1 to n. 1 to n mapping. One ride order can have n number of items. Let's call them items or rides, whatever you want to call ride items. Right? So for this, Frappe framework has a feature called child table, right? So what happens is when you create a child table, you have to tell it how each row will look like. So we already have that. Observe this. So this is the destination. This is the, oh no, this is the source. Source, destination, distance in kilometer works, and then rate and amount. Rate and amount will be separate fields. So that will be set like this was $50 per kilometer, and amount should be calculated based on this stuff. So we can say that when we are creating a child table, we will soon create that child table doc type. So child table is a special doc type that you create, but you have to model it again. So there will be three fields. One will be this column, source, one will be destination, and one will be distance in kilometer. So let's do that now. So I'll go back to doc type list. I'll add a new doc type. Let's call it ride booking item. Module will be rentals. I'll check this checkbox. This is the thing that will help us model that. Is child table. Child tables are shown as grid in other doc types. We'll see what that means. So let's mark this as child table. Hit create and continue. Similar form view you get. But child tables don't exist in isolation. So an item can't exist. This item can't exist without a booking, right? This one item can't exist without a booking. So child tables don't have their own list view. They do have their database table, by the way, but they don't have list view, form view. They're separate. They can't exist without their parent. That's it, right? They can't ever become independent. But yeah, what all fields do we need in this child table? Source. So let's add the data. We'll have to do the mapping. We have to map, like connect the parent to the child. We'll do that. Source, destination. Okay. Destination and distance. Distance can be float. 1.5 kilometer. Possible, right? So let's not restrict to integers. So we'll say distance in kilometer. Or you can do this as well. Add a description. Kilometer. So this can be useful for the user that, okay, this is the unit of this thing you are putting. You can miles, kilometer.
Unit of measure is then in description here, or there is no specific field for it?
What?
Unit of measure. The unit of measure. In some fields, it will become like on the side there's a gray out, and it will give you like an indication that this is the standard.
For currency, it is there. For normal fields, it is currency. It will automatically show you a format. You can set okay AED. It will show dirham symbol, and then yeah, that you can create a separate field to track. So ERP Next has a UOM field. It is a link field. Like it is a separate doc type UM, kg, liter. That can be a separate field. So what you can do is, if you want to extend this further, you can, instead of distance, one field, you can have two fields, distance and unit of measure of the distance. So miles and kilometers. That can be a select field, a link field, whatever you like. So the user can select, okay, I want this distance and this is in this unit. And then in the backend, you have to handle extra cases. While multiplying, you may want to convert from one unit to another, but that is possible. Okay. Let's make this mandatory. Let's make this mandatory. Distance is also mandatory. Let's hit save. And if you see, there is no button to view the list view because there is no list view. So as I said, right, children's don't exist without parent. So now we go into the parent. We are going into the parent. Like, we'll add a new section. Let's add a new section. Add section below. I will add a new field. This will be table field. So this is what will help us link a parent to its child. Let's do table and let's call them items. Let's in the options you can set what child you want to link to, right? So what is the child name? Right daughter. Okay. Right booking item. Cool. Enter. And as you can see, it picked that up and using that as the child item. Let's hit save. Go back to right booking. And let's create a new one. So let's select the driver. Let's remove this the next time we go to the form. So you can select the source A. Distance can be something like 1.5. Destination can be B. Hit save. And now you can add multiple rows, as many rows as you want. We got the same model that we wanted. Done. Now somehow we need to have rate, amount, and calculations that we have already learned. Some controllers. Let's add two fields first, rate and amount. Any doubts in child table? Yeah. Hmm. Mhm. So for that, let's again go behind the scene and see what's happening behind the scene when child table is created. So you will be surprised what happens. Like what it looks like, it is not like that. So actually, parent has no idea about its children. Yeah, exactly. How irresponsible. Yeah. Hmm. 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 Two parent can have same child tables. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, we'll see. So let's select this. So as I said, right, list view is not there. They can't be independent, but still they are stored somewhere, right? These rows are stored, whatever rows are here, they will be stored somewhere. So there, the table is still there. Five? No? Okay. Still four? Okay. Four and a half? How is that possible? But yeah. Let's go back, select star from same convention, tab. What will be the name? Right booking item. Let's hit enter and name looks the same, creation, modify, everything is not interesting. Here is the interesting part. Parent, parent field, parent type. So parent type is basically which doc type it is linked to. So it is, what is the parent's doc type? What is that? Right booking. What is the parent's name? This is this thing, right? This row belongs to this parent. And then the next is what field it is linked to, because you can have multiple child tables in a single doc type. So this is how it distinguishes them. It is linked to the items. This is the name of the table field we added. So if you now recall, now go back and see that we are not storing the children's in the parent itself. The children are stored separately, but they know about their parent, right? So this the other way around. So when it is displayed like this, behind the scene, Frappe is going, applying a filter on the child table that, okay, give me all the children's that are linked to this particular document of this type of this field, and I will render it. That is happening behind the scenes. Right? When you do getDoc also, it will do the same. It will go and fetch its children's. So let's do getDoc and check. How do we get the items? So let's not go there. Like let's first complete our modeling. But is this clear how they are linked in the backend? Right? Yeah. Yeah, a child table can't have a child table. If it does, like if it you think it requires that, maybe remodel the design. You're going somewhere wrong. Yeah, yeah, we were having a discussion yesterday about this. Why can't a child table have a child table? Yeah. So some design changes will be required, but this will complicate stuff. But yeah, link fields. Instead of making this a child table, make it a separate doc type and then link to it using a child table. Then that link can have child tables, right? Hmm. Yeah, then they have to at least jump one form the next one. But you have HTML field, so what I have seen users do is they use the HTML field to render some form of custom fetching. Yeah, inside here or in the child table itself. You have done the same? Yeah. That is a workaround. Like if it's absolutely necessary. In many cases, it just works out. Child table is cool, good. Submittable doc types, good. Let's get the rate and amount so we can start calculations. Let me add two more fields here. This will get interesting. Let's see. Yesterday we were just playing around. So what will be the type of the rate field? Float or currency. So currency is float behind the scenes, but it adds a formatting feature. So let's do currency. Uh, I think rate can be float because it's per kilometer. It's not the actual currency. Uh, Anything works. Let's say rate. Oh, okay. Rate and then amount can also be currency. Total amount. Let's move this to the next column. Oh, wait. Yeah, total amount and rate can be in their own sections. Now let's delete this column. Won't let me delete. Let's go back and do the same. Let's delete from here. Okay, let's go back to write booking. And oh, what did I do? Accidentally I copied it, right? This. See, one form can have multiple child tables of the same time, same type, but then it will be uniquely identified. Okay, save, go to write booking. Okay, now you can set the rate. So let's say 5,000, 50, and then amount. Let's make it 2. So 52 is 100. That's what Irfan will do all day, right? He'll just manually come here, calculate, and fill in the values. He'll call us and fire us. But yeah, so what do we do now? We'll write some controls that will automatically set the total amount. So which file? Write booking.py. Okay, that brings me to a huge discussion. So we haven't seen JavaScript side yet. You can do this in JavaScript in the front end and the back end itself. Both side, Python side and JS side. So you can say whenever this field changes, just like whenever the child table or the field changes, just make sure you multiply and set that value. But when you create a new write booking from API, will JavaScript run? No. When you run it from the Python side using getDoc, will JavaScript run? No. JavaScript only runs in the browser. In the front end, like this form view. So all validations, all calculations, business logic will and must go in the backend. And only to enhance the user experience, to show this updated in real time, you add a JavaScript layer. Very important. You will find this section in the ERPNX contribution documentation as well. It's a very important thing. All the logic I've seen, like people build whole logic just in JavaScript. Then they start to write some server scripting to create it from backend. Then there are none of our validations are running. Why? Because JavaScript is just to enhance the front end. It is not supposed to be your core thing that validates. Because JavaScript user has control. He can do whatever he wants. He can bypass stuff. Risk always. And also it just runs in the browser. So if you are integrating an external mobile application, you won't get your logic there, right? Yeah. 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 To enhance the user experience, we will do JavaScript. We'll do both. Yeah. So as soon as they add a row, enter a distance, the total amount should change in real time. For that, we will use JavaScript. So it's just a redundant layer. All core stuff is still in the backend, and it should be because there are multiple ways to do CRUD. That's why we learned the multiple ways. Okay. So let's write it in backend, and once after this we are jumping into client scripting, then we will enhance this user experience using our client scripting knowledge. Cool. So let's go back. Let's close this. Close this. What was the file you were telling me about? Write order.py, and we'll say def. Okay. Good catch. Otherwise, I would have clicked save and waited for it to happen. Okay, def. Let's see, would validate this time. Self. So, okay, what is the logic we need to write? First of all, we need to sum this. 5 plus 3, 8. Then we have to multiply this and then set it to the amount. That's it. Simple. So somehow, first of all, we'll do this. So I always do this. I don't do this directly here. So you don't write your logic and then test it by clicking save button. So usually what you do is you open up console, bench dash dash site, console. Let's get any write booking. So let's add some more items. B2 C. So if we do everything correctly, the amount should be 400, like that, right? So let's go back here. I will get this right equal to frappe.getDoc ride booking, and the name of this booking is, where did it go? Let's move this side, and let's get this, copy this ID. We could have given it a good naming series as well. That would have been better. RB, this day, this is the vehicle, something like that. I did get doc, and if I check the vehicle is not there. Oh, booking has an order. Okay, so then from okay, let's fix this problem. I want the vehicle and driver to be displayed in this form as well. Where are the vehicle and driver? They are inside the order, I know. But I don't want the user to jump to that form just to check the driver and the vehicle, because they are two important fields. Yeah, let's do fetch from. So I added a video if you checked in the day one assignment. So let's do fetch from, and we can fetch both the fields. I will add two fields here in ride booking. Oh, driver is already there. Oh, we need the vehicle. So what type of field? Link field. Drive, oh, vehicle. But what I will do now is I will go to properties, and I want to fetch this from the order vehicle. Let's hit save. Options, yeah, okay. What doc type it is linked to, right? Vehicle. Let's say, okay, maybe console is open, that's why. Okay. Okay. Does this order doesn't have any vehicle? See, it automatically fetches the vehicle of whatever order you select, right? That is what fetch from does. And now if we go back here, we have the vehicle, right? So this is the vehicle ID basically. Okay. So what was the task? To iterate over all the rows and then calculate, right? So let's see where are the rows stored. So write dot items. See, when you do get this is how you get the child tables. So you get a list with both the items. So this is the first row, this is the second row. Clear? So let's now do a for loop. For item in write dot items. Let's just print for now. I want to print item dot source, item dot destination, and item dot distance. Correct? This is the actual data that is in the child table. AB26. AB26. Correct? And now just some Python. So we can directly do this here now because now we have confidence. So for item in self dot items, let's create total equal to 0, total plus equal what? Yeah, distance. Oh, this we should call it total distance then. We are just doing what we did by hand there. We are just summing this column. Item dot distance. So we are looping over each and then adding it and then storing it in total distance, right? Now we'll set, now what's the next step? We now have the total rate. So total distance multiplied by self dot rate. So this will multiply those. And what is this thing after the multiplication? Amount. So let's say self dot amount. Cool. Let's find out if it works. Before everything, even before saving. Validate runs and then before save runs. So all your validations and this setting stuff can go here. Yeah, so suppose if they haven't not provided a rate, if not self dot rate, frappe dot throw. Let's import frappe. So this will be a validation error by default. So this message will be shown to the user. Please provide a rate. Or yeah, no, it's a global one. No, the framework can do that for mandatory, etc. But you can't trigger it from the backend. JS you can. From the JavaScript side, you can enhance, as I said, right? Yeah, it has access to the whole form itself. So let's find out if the amount gets calculated correctly. Let's make it 0. See what we did there? It's total amount. Now you're noticing. It's too late now. Already. Okay. See? Correct amount? Even if you change the rate here to 10, it will correctly set the total amount. And let's make it read only, because if they try to do this, it will change back. It's always a good practice to make this kind of fields read only. By now you might have understood that as well. So read only. Let's say, okay. So if you ever get stuck, like, just exit the console, because console holds the lock. And sometimes Frappe tries to access the same doc type or schema. It is not able to, so it freezes. You can see the process list, but I don't know how useful this is in this case. So if it freezes, most probably it is waiting for something. So either you can check the bench logs here, uh, or you can look for console. So this one is, I know that, okay, freezing happens, either it is doing something very long or it is waiting on a breakpoint. If you have done that, so you will know that I might have done this. If you have not done anything, that might be some other issue. But yeah, now it is better, right? So this is the thing I was talking about. Currency field has this formatting. So you can set this currency. By the way, in the form itself, we can set and tell it, okay, this is the currency, but I will let it be the default one for now. What is this? Dirham, right? Or the Saudi one? What is dirham? Correct then. The default one is good. Hmm. 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 You have to change it in system settings. Yeah, you can change. System time zone is there, right? System, system settings. Yeah, this one. So I think this is set in the backend, because now data has been captured. So while setup wizard, you have the option to select, right? At that time it is setting. You can from the backend do it, but remember, if you have other times, they might be still in the older time zone. So Frappe takes care of some conversions and system time zone, user time zone. So users can set their own time zone in their levels. So user list. So if you see, if I am in a different time zone, I can say India, uh, Mumbai, Kolkata, yeah. Yeah. So Frappe will take care of showing them, like, working with their time zone, but in behind the scene, it will convert everything to the system time zone. That is there. Yeah, that was it. So how can we make this better now? So one small thing we can do is, like, we can make a global doc type where we can set the standard rate. So we don't have to set it again in every ride, right? So for that, we can create a doc type. Uh, Second thing we can do is we can have this change in real time. So as soon as they add a new row, let's say C9 D, like, currently it requires you to save. Even if you change the rate here to 50, it won't automatically update, right, until save. So this is where JavaScript comes in. So JavaScript, the client script basically, will let you uh, customize this part, add a new buttons there, update fields, run some validations in the front end, right? It will also help you calculate and set, which is our use case, right? It can help you customize the list view as well. So that is where this JS file is, right? So if you go back, so each doc type has a JavaScript file, right? It has some commented out code, so that here whatever you write will run in the form view. So to experiment with it, we have the Python console to run one of Python statements. So all browsers have JavaScript console as well. So let me just open JavaScript console. I'll clear this. Let's open this form. And there is a global variable cur frm. Let me just zoom in. Visible? Cur frm. So this is the current form. So this object represents the current form that is in the UI, right? So as you can see, what's the doc name, what's the doc type, you have access to all this. You have a, like when you do cur form dot doc dot, let's say, still editable 83, right? 83, 83. So you have access to all of this information in the front end as well. So suppose I want to set the value of this field to 90, right? You have a lot of APIs available. So if you just do dot and use your arrow to go over all those things that are available in this object, you will see there is set value somewhere. We have set intro. So what this does is, let's say hello y red. See? And then you can download the blue. So that is there. Yeah. Yeah. There is a scarcity, but yeah. So set value. Let's set the value of, so you can tell it which field you want to update and what value. So let's say still, that's the field name. That should be 90 now. And notice this field, this one, right? So you are controlling the values from the script. And then you can also call save. So this is what is called when you hit the save button. Save, right? So suppose, let's start with something simple. So I want to make Irfan's life easier. So let me go to write order list. Right from here, right now what he has to do is he has to select this, click on accept, and then hit save. I want a button here that says accept, right? Or reject. And once he accepts, this field should automatically change to accepted, and this form should be saved. Genuine use case, right? There might be actions, custom actions, create. So you might have seen, say, sales order. You have the custom actions to create sales invoice right from here. Or do this, get fields. In the web form we saw there was a get fields button, right? So these are all custom actions that you can add using JavaScript. Right? From Python side, you can't add buttons because client script means the client. This is the client. So let's add a button here. So I will again open the JavaScript console. Cur frm dot add custom button. That's the API name. You will find this in the documentation. Label, let's call it accept. So this will be the button label. And what do you want to do when this button is clicked? That's the second argument. For now, I will say console.log. So I just want to log button clicked. Hit enter. See what happened. Button got added. What's the label of this button? Whatever we gave here. And when you click this button, you get a console log, right? So you can do anything here. You can do whatever APIs we saw just before this, set value and save. You can call the backend to get some calculation done and then set some other value based on that. So you can do anything with this. So, but I refresh this. Gone. Why? Yeah, because that code was like temporary. This is like whatever you do in console, whether it automatically copies it to py file. Does it? No. You have to then copy it to the py file to actually run whenever something happens in the hook, etc. Similarly, we will whatever we wrote here, we have to write in the JS file for it to persist. So then Frappe will load your JS file, run whatever is inside it every time, even if the user refreshes it. So we'll go back to the JS file. We'll write the same code, but it also has some hooks. Refresh hook. So this will run whenever the form is refreshed. So FRM is cur FRM. Same thing. Points to the same object, but here it is more aptly named. And it is saying, so you can see this line. You see this? Form on write booking. So this said this block of code will be applied on which doc type? Write booking doc type. Where? Form. We also have list. So you can apply script on the list. So let's say frm dot add custom button. Exactly the same thing that I did here, but now I'm doing it in the code. So accept, I will say console.log, or let's use a new API, frappe.showAlert. It works. Okay, let's hit save. Since you changed JavaScript, you have to reload your page. Okay, what did you do? We did the same mistake. The wrong form. So this is writebooking.js and we are looking at write order. So let's cut it out from here. Where did I copy? Okay. And just this line. Write order.js. We'll take a break after this. Quick 5-minute break maybe. I want to drink some coffee. So now go back, refresh. See, there is an accept form. Even if you refresh, it doesn't go away because Frappe will, once you refresh, it will again run your code and bring back the button. And now if you click accept, it shows an alert. So that is what the frappe.showAlert API does. So you have a lot of APIs. Like in backend, you have frappe.getDoc, frappe.db.setValue, frappe.db this, frappe.throw. You have a set of APIs in the front end as well. And they are documented under the JS API section in the documentation. So you can show dialogues. You can show alerts like that. You can control the color of the alert. Currently it was blue. You can have green. Yeah, let's now implement the actual logic. So what do we want to do when accept is pressed? Status will become what? Accepted. Then what will happen? Save the form. Okay. So for this, we'll say frm dot set value. We want to set the value, right? What's the field name? Status to accepted. Second, save the form. Frm dot done. Let's go back. Refresh. Done. Anybody notice an issue? Refresh and onload only runs once. So if I change this to, so let's write onload. Yeah. So onload only runs once. There is before, I think there is one more hook that also runs before this. Setup. Very close. Yeah, can be. So let's say, let's find out which one runs first. So this is the easiest way. So what you can do, console.log. Filter. Link fields can be. Yeah. You can apply filters. Okay. So if you have a drivers list, We have a drivers list, right? Yeah, we'll do that. Let's do it after this. Yeah. So we'll find out which trigger runs first. So onload is, I think, without the underscore. I don't remember. Or is it not? How do we find out? How do we find out? Documentation. And if documentation doesn't work, code is the best documentation, right? So let's, okay, code dot. So we can search for onload. No, onload. Yeah, it is onload without the underscore. You can find good examples here. See. So let's go back. Onload and then console.log on refresh. Then also add the setup. Console.log. So this is a good way to find out, like, if you don't know whether which one runs first, just add some sample stuff. Let's keep the JavaScript console open and refresh. See, setup runs first, then load, like onload, and then refresh. And refresh, this will run just once. Refresh will run, see, twice. So refresh runs again and again. But this two just run once when the form is loaded and set up and loaded. Cool. There is one issue with this form. Why do I still have the button? I already accepted it, right? Yeah. Yeah, let's add a simple if logic. If frm.doc contains all the data of the particular document that is shown in the form. Status is already not accepted. I will use 3 equals. And then only show this form. So I'll put the logic of adding a button inside the if condition. So I'm saying, okay, only show this, like only add this button if it is not already accepted. Let's go back now. Refresh. See? Now if you change it to something else, again show up. Accept, gone. Because the refresh is called again and again. And if button is not added, it won't show the button. No. Refresh is not called like when you change each field. Save it will be shown. Yeah. On save. Yeah. So there is, okay, suppose you want to run this logic whenever this field changes. Maybe this. Yeah. Yeah. So there is a workflow feature in Frappe. Their save will become accepted, rejected. So a document can exist in multiple workflows. So it's an extension of submittable doctypes. So in submittable doctypes, either it will be draft, submitted, or cancelled. What if you have n number of those states? You want draft and then maybe pending approval from the manager, pending approval from the CEO. Then either it goes to accepted or rejected. That can be modeled using the workflow builder. Tomorrow. Yeah, that doc type. Yeah, yeah, that's the workflow builder. Um, should be JS API. Oh no, Frappe. Okay, I can't even type Frappe now. But so yeah, I think form scripts. This. This answers our question, right? We validated this right now. That setup is run, created for the first time. Before the form is about to load. Like before load is also there. There is one more in between. There is on load triggered when the form is loaded and is about to render. Refresh triggered when the form is loaded and rendered. On load, post render, validate, before save, after save. A lot of answers your question. Cool. Yeah, the form level. This is here you can define this. Yeah, field level you have to you can use the field ka name. So if you want to run some piece of code, whenever some field is changed, you can give it the name. So you can say, okay, whenever status field is changed, here you can go and say status frm wait yeah, console.log status changed. Let's go back. See, status changed. So whenever the user will change status, Frappe will call this. So this has to match the field you are listening to. So if you want this to run when the driver changes, you can call it driver. Frappe will automatically call it. Cool. So now we have accept. You will be able to implement reject. You can group as well. So if I add two buttons, right? So let's add one more. Let's say reject, and this will only happen if it is new. Let's set the status to rejected. What happened? Yeah, it's already accepted. See, now we have two buttons. You can group this under one drop down. So there is a third argument you can pass. You can say this should be grouped under actions, and this should also be part of that group. Refresh, actions, have both the buttons now. Cool. So we learned about scripts. So this is cool. So now he can accept or reject. But now let's do something more complicated. We were in the booking, right? So this is whenever a new row is added, I want to automatically calculate the amount. Whenever the rate changes, I want to recalculate the amount automatically. Ready for it? Because this will require some more logic. Like this will still be client script, but now you have to listen to the child table events as well, and you have to listen to this rate as well. Then you have to iterate over this in the front end. You are doing this in the front end now. Back end already happening, but now we have to enhance and do this in real time. That's where JavaScript comes in. So let's start. Which file do I open? Writebooking.js. Okay, writebooking.js, the one we accidentally added the first code to. Okay. So how will this look like? Rate is easily. Rate listening to rate changes is easy. We can just call it rate frm, and whatever logic we write here, recalculate total. Right? This will run whenever the rate changes. That is easy. But how do we run something when the child table, like any row of this changes? Because if I change this distance to 9, right, it should re-trigger the updates and automatically update the amount. No, you can't do this. This is not possible. Child tables, you can't do this. Because child tables even have their own fields. It is not that, okay, if anything changes, it will report you. So JS file, no, there is no JS file for child table. So if you look for it, what's the child table name? Right order. Right booking item. Booking item. There is just py and JSON file. So you have to add it in the parent itself here. So frm dot frappe dot UI dot. So you can copy it, like there is a trick. Let's just copy it from script. Add child table. Okay, we have to create the right order. So this is the custom counterpart of client script. So if you don't have access to the JS file, you can create a new client script and write your JS code. Same. See, same thing. Does the same thing. It won't go back to the file. No. It's just in the customization side. Yeah. So it doesn't like copy it over to the JS file. This is the customization layer. If you already deployed and you want to add some buttons and do some actions, you can create this. And this is also useful. Yeah, you're saying. Yeah. You can export this document, but you can't, like, better way to share is to use the JS. Yeah, in production you can. In development also. So suppose you have a script that runs on sales invoice. Sales invoice is not part of your app. That is part of ERP next. In that case, you have to use client script. And then export is using fixtures. We'll learn about fixtures. Yeah. Yeah, so here I will say add script for child table. It will say which child table. Uh, huh? I am just copying. Yeah. Uh, no, filter is applied for. I chose the wrong one again. Okay. Good catch. Ride booking. Oh yeah, he was saying that I okay. So now, yeah, see, submit. It will give us this code. This is same. Like I could have just wrote it by hand, but I wanted to show that okay, client script is also there. And this is very useful if you like client script is the only way if you want to. There is one more way, but this is a good way if you want to customize or add scripts to standard doc types whose JS files you don't have access to. Yeah, there is one more way, which through hooks, we can see that as well. But yeah, I will copy this part. And this, as you can see here, it gives a hint that both should, the child script and the parent script both live in the same file. That's it for export. Like this is not related to something to standard, just a grouping. So you can group client scripts. And there is a new feature in framework which will let you export your customizations using a zip file. And then you can share it with other sites. You share that zip file, they restore, they get everything, the customizations. Yeah, let's not save this. Come back here. And here you can write your child table scripts. So now here I can say, whenever source changes, or no, whenever, what's that column? Distance. This is the child table. In the child table, whenever the distance changes, we want to recalculate the amount as well. So let's say frm console.log child table distance changed. There is an issue with this. We'll discuss. Yeah. I said like there is an issue with this. There is. See, child table distance changed. If you change this as well, let's say 7, it runs. But what if I add this? Oh, it will still run if you set this, but no, delete won't run because that's the action of the row, right? So we have to handle that separately, but at least the rate now runs. But Now we don't know which row changed. In this case, we don't need to. But in some cases, you might want to. So what if you have another column here that basically calculates the amount in line? So then you need to know which rate change and then apply update to that row only. So in child table scripts, you get two more things here. Yeah, this is the name that is being inherited from, I don't know, so long. But basically, child table doc type and child table name. This is the two things you get. So let's console log this. Even I don't know where it was born, but cdt, cdn. Let's print those whenever the row changes. So it will give you exactly which child table doc type and its name. So this is the name of this row which changed. Okay. So now you can get this item and update if you want. So here I can say, yeah, that's what I said. I'm not sure where this got inherited from. But there might be some use case. So this can be useful, I guess. Hmm. UIT is useful, but now this gives you the name and the type, right? So you can directly use this is not the get doc you have in backend. This is not fetching from backend. This will give you the row itself. So you give it cdt, cdn, child doc type, child doc name, and then you can console log this. So this is a handy API to get this. This is from the form. This is not from the DB, by the way. So let's say if I change this to 10, see, you get the whole row. And you can do stuff like this now. My child. Okay. My child dot. Let's say source updated source. I think set value, or I'm doing wrong. Let's find out. No, it should be. Wait. It should be set value, I guess. I don't recall. Maybe not. No. Let me just check. Frappe.model.setValue. Okay, that's why I have notes. Sometimes I need them. Framework is huge, right? So you might want to have some of your own notes as well. That's fine. Actually, I've seen people, so this will be from frappe.model.setValue, and then see how cdt cdn is useful in this case. You don't have to type the doc type name again and again. This can be one of the reasons, maybe. So now if I go to console, change this to 10, see, that particular row's source got updated to updated source. This can be useful if you want to update the amount when the quantity or the amount of that item changes. For that only particular item. Useful. But yeah, we don't want that. What do we want? We want to update the whole amount, right? Whenever any of this changes, any distance changes. So how do we do that? We don't want this. This was just for example. Okay. We have to loop over, that is for sure. We have to loop over all the child items. And then add. Same thing we did in backend. As I said, right? Redundant. Just for getting the user experience. You can call it, but I don't think this is simple. Otherwise, it is called. You can have your logic in the backend, you can call it and it immediately returns, and then you can show the updated value. But this is call from the database. So it won't be instantaneous. Yeah. So you have to send your values, then get the result and show it. Possible. There's some, no, no, what? No, no. So for calculation, get bank. Yeah, without saying. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Thanks. So frm dot items for loop again for let item of in of. So for now, let's console.log the item dot distance. So what are we doing? Whenever any distance changes, we are looping over every distance. See? Visible? 2, 10, 9. No, this one only runs when you change the distance field. This is the distance one. That is separate events. So there is this event. Yeah. I think the one is, okay, wait. So I'll show you. I found it like recently. So when you add a new row, right, you can run an event. So that I found, where was that? Add item is there, but why do I have update items here? That's what I'm thinking right now. Some pattern. Let's find out. We were in the documentation. Child table events. Okay, it's links dash add. So it means if your child table is links and you want to run on the whenever a new row is added, then this is the event. Does that answer? Yeah. So you have this, see. Before field remove. Before, and this should go in the parent ka script, not the child, right? Field name, this will be the child ka field name. Add, remove, move. Even if you move one above the other, you can listen to that and run your script. Yeah, very powerful. So yeah, what did we wanted? We wanted to do the sum again. So let's do let total equal to 0. Total distance equal to plus equal to item dot distance. And then how do we calculate the amount? Multiply by doc still refers to the parent, right? And if you want the child, you use CDT CDN that we just saw. So rate into total distance. And how do we set it? frm dot model dot set value is for child. Amount is in the parent itself. Yeah, it is still recording. So I think this recording will be useful. So I will share it with you once we edit this, but you can rewatch. So I usually recommend a rewatch because it's in one stretch, and when you revisit while doing the assignment, you will find this useful. So set value of what? What's the field name? Total amount. To amount. Let's try it out now. Moment of truth. Yay! So that works, right? One thing is missing. What if I change the rate? Ah, it should, right? It should also update the amount. So whatever the amount is depending on that field changes, we should update the amount. So it's easy. Rate, we already figured that out. But now this logic, copying over logic, this, I don't like it. So yeah, extract as a function. So what you can do is, you can write any function here. Let's say, what do we call it? Good name. Naming is hard in programming. Update, no. Uh, what we say? Yeah, update total amount. I will tell you how this will get the form, the FRM object, while we call it. So let's say, there is a better way. So let's paste this all logic, because this doesn't depend on the child item, right? So we are fine moving it around. Yeah. And then here you can say frm.trigger. This will do the same thing. This will call your function, but it will give the FRM to it. Then you can call it update total amount. Why we extracted this out? Why did we extract it out? For this. So you can just call this now in two places. The logic is written just once. Dry. Don't repeat yourself. The best engineers are the laziest ones. So that is there. Update it. That works. Let's see if rate works. Nice. Done. So this is how you can achieve, like, as I said, right? Even if they bypass this, right? If they bypass this somehow using disabling JavaScript or anything like that, the backend is still there, because this won't run in the, so no, none of zero JavaScript runs in your API or anything like that. Just runs in the browser. So it does enhance the user experience, by the way. So they get it like instant feedback. See, instantly the amount changes. On save, it is already like, anyways, it will be calculated. Still have what? Yeah. This one? Yeah. So now you can add, let's say, what was it? Items, delete, remove. No, the parent. Items is the name of the child, yeah. So now since we have extracted it out, you can just write this one line. Let's delete. Ah, why didn't it work? It was that, right? Field remove. Items remove. Should be inside child table. Okay, wait. Oh yeah. What was I thinking? Okay. I like this very much. Show up. But yeah, any questions? It's not a Frappe. Yeah, so every time you submit a doc type, you get confetti. Good idea. You can create it as a practice. That will be good practice of client scripting. Yeah. So this was more advanced controllers. We wrote some like this one, and then we also wrote dig deeper into the client script. You can learn more. That's fine. There are a lot of features. We can't cover everything, but now you have the base. So here is where you start, and then you can dig deeper. You can have this. There is a comprehensive dialog API in Frappe. So I can show you dialog API. What do we pronounce this? Dialog or dialog? So you can create a dialog with the fields, right? This is all possible through the script. Then we have show a notification like this. So this is frappe.messagePrint. So you can indicator color, message, notification. Then you can have what happens when the user clicks proceed or what happens when they cancel. Prompt is there if you want to take some input, and then when they click submit, you have access to whatever data they entered. So I think this can be useful, right? Irfan wants to assign a driver. We can say assign driver, and then you can select the driver and we assign it for him. Yeah, you can also have a dialog box with child table. See, child table. So it's a multi-select dialog. Yeah. So yeah, do check this documentation out. Cool. So this was all about scripts. So yeah, since we are here, you can also create your workspaces. Admin command. My workspace, right? Then you can have your own. There's that. You can make it public so it's available to everyone. Otherwise, it will be just you and my workspace. Yeah, let's say we want to create a shortcut. Let's create a shortcut to drivers, maybe. Doc type, link to driver. You can link it to the list view or the form view or new driver, maybe. Let's call it new driver. So easily creating new drivers. Hit save. Save here. Yeah, this is your workspace. Okay, let's start back. Like, so where were we before we ended? So client scripting is done now. So you write your client scripts in the JS file or the client script doc type, right? That is if you want to customize. Then yeah. So there is this piece that we didn't fix. Like half of it we fixed, right? So we created the web form for the user to book, create a booking. But we have one piece. So how do the user know about the web form, right? How does the user know about what vehicles are available? How do they look? Because that's where they will see the prices and decide, right? Okay, this vehicle is this much, this vehicle is this much. So how do we do that, right? So we'll learn about something called a web view, which will let us generate portal pages for each vehicle or any doc type for that matter. In this in this case, we will do it for the vehicle doc type. Okay. So let's go back to the vehicle doc type. I'll go to the doc type list. Vehicle. So go to settings. I'll scroll down, Web view. See this checkbox? This is has web view. And I'll check this. And then you have one more option, allow guest to view. So that means it will allow anyone to view this page. No login required. And that is what we want, right? Anybody should be able to come browse our vehicles and book a ride. And then it asks me for a route. So this will be the base route. So where will be the list of vehicles rendered, right? Not the individual vehicle, but the list of vehicles. So let's say vehicles or cars, whatever you want to call this. Let's call it cars. And then there is this thing. It is asking for an is published field. So when we were working with web page, you see it could be unpublished as well, right? There was a checkbox that okay, publish it on the website, unpublish on the website. Same with the web form. We had like it was either unpublished or published. So framework, if you tell it the field, it will make sure it publishes and unpublishes, right? So we have to add that field to our doc type and tell that okay, we have added that field, this is the name of the field. So generally it is called is published. So let's add a field first. I'll go back and add a check field is published. You can call it whatever you want. Published. Go to settings, and now I can tell it we have a field called is published. Okay. Let's try to save. And it says field route is mandatory for web views. Can you think why? Think about it. Anyone? So route we already defined, right? We defined a route here. Where did it go? Here we said cars, right? So it should render the web page at cars. But still it says you need a field called route. Why is that? So think of it as like web views enable two things. One is the list page, where you will have a list of vehicles. Vehicle 1, vehicle 2, vehicle 3, vehicle 4. So when you open up individual vehicle, that will be a separate web page. So that will display the details of the car, maybe a photo of the car, right? And then some other details. So to track where this page will be rendered, this will be different for different vehicles, right? So suppose one is car slash BMW. One will be car slash Hyundai or something like that, the name of the vehicle. So where do we store this? How do we tell framework that, okay, for this document, for this vehicle, render this page at this place, render this page, render this web form there, render this driver there, maybe whatever. So each individual one. So the one we gave here was in the down, we said cars, right? That is the list page. And this individual one, we have to track somewhere. And that is why it is asking that to track, you need to add this route field. That should be called route. So in our document, we'll add a field called route. Go to form. Let's add a data field, route, hit save. Now it let us save because now it knows where it will find the route for dynamically rendering pages for each of them. So if I go back here, do is published, it will generate the route automatically based on your base plus the name of the vehicle. In this case, the title. So it says car slash BMW 2000. Based on the title, it rendered that. Nice, right? You can change it. So this is not that, okay, it will override it back. And now if you see closely, see on website. Now if we go to see on website, this has created a simple web page for this vehicle. No data, this is the by default that comes out of the box, just the name or the title of the document. Similarly, if you visit slash cars, see the URL? I will just remove the part, slash cars, this gives you a list. So when you click any one of it, it will take you the details view of it, right? So this is the page. So let's do one thing first, very important. Better. That color was causing an eye strain, but yeah. This is the default theme. I switched it back, we customized it. So this is the list view. Now, this is the details view. List view is the one we opened before this. So if you just go to /cars, let's say I go to /cars, I'll reiterate now. So this is the list view, right? So it renders, this is in the portal, by the way, this is not the desk. Check, this doesn't have the awesome bar or anything. So this is for any user. If you share this URL with anyone, they will be able to browse the cars and click on any one of it to visit the details page. This is 404 because we have not set a route there. So let's go back. And here what I will do is in the vehicle, we'll also publish this one. And now if I go back, see? So if you publish, there will be routes, otherwise they won't be. But yeah, this is the route for this particular vehicle. And the one we set in the doc type, where is it? In the settings, this is for the list, right? And each published field is used to track whether this particular vehicle is published on the website or not. There's three things, very important. And then you get the web view. But is it any useful just to show the title? We should be able to customize it, right? We should be able to display images, format HTML nicely, maybe show a slideshow as well for the car, right? That's how actual e-commerce work. But framework made it easy to make a doc type has a web view, right? That's why this field is called has web view. So as soon as you check this, you need to do some configuration. One is add a is published field. Second is add a route field to track, okay, this vehicle will have this route. And then you will have the base route. Okay, the list of vehicles will be rendered here. Okay. So how do we customize now? Customize the list view and the details view. So what we can do is, if I,
One doubt.
yeah.
I just duplicated one vehicle which for which the route was already set, and it didn't reset. It is like setting the previous one itself. Can you try duplicating one vehicle?
Okay, wait. Yeah,
Give a different name and all.
different
Like that link. Want to see if it's updating.
route. No, what are you using?
Change the model.
Change the make and model and all.
Oh, this. Yeah.
The route didn't change.
No, route is this.
No.
I got your point. So you expected this to change?
No, I duplicated the record, completed a new record, but it was still showing the route of previous one.
I didn't get. Like you duplicated, right?
Yeah.
So it copied over the route.
Yeah, and it should reset when I give the new make and model and
No,
it
it
should
shouldn't.
reset
No.
it won't be routing to the new document.
No. So if you delete it, it will do the new one.
But it should not be copied then, right?
Oh, you want the field to be clear?
Like
You want the field to be cleared?
Yeah.
like if not cleared, it should reset with the new document that I'm creating, right?
No, but the idea of the duplicate is to copy over all the values.
All the
In
values.
that
Yeah, that I
case,
get
you
it.
have to set a different trigger to clear only that field if you want.
Use that.
I
Like
see
your
no
point. Copy
copy I
printer.
can use, but I'm saying like if I'm creating a new document, the root should be set to that document, right?
So you will not be able to add a custom route then.
Ah.
Again and again it will reset to whatever.
So suppose I'm not happy with what framework gave me.
Yeah,
So I
yeah.
change
You
it
can
to
edit.
just this.
Then you will not be able to do that.
Now if framework was to auto override it, then you can't set custom route. And the second thing of copying over, I guess that's
No,
up to the creator of the document, because route field you created. So if you don't want it to be copied over to duplicate stuff, right?
No
Then you
copy.
can go here
Yeah, no copy.
in the route, you can say no copy. So now if you duplicate, where is it?
Above.
Should
Fourth.
see, no copy. Maybe I should have some. Okay. So that was web view, but go to your app and you will find something interesting here. So if you open up vehicles, there is a new folder called templates. See, in the doctype vehicle, you have a templates folder. In there, you will have two files. One is vehicle row.html, which is responsible for rendering this row in the list page, right? And the other one, vehicle.html, is responsible for rendering this one. So now you can do whatever you want to customize it. So let's open and check what the framework gives us by default. So I will check the details page. See, it is Jinja. So this is not plain HTML. This is dynamic. So it somehow gets the title and renders it, right? So this is a sample default web page template. So I will remove everything. I will just say h1 hello from vehicle.html, right? Let's go back. Go to vehicle. Open up any vehicle now. Hello from vehicle.html, right? So indeed, this is being used to render this web page. But you have access to dynamic data, and in Jinja, like I have linked the Jinja documentation if someone wants to learn more. You can say, if you have access to some, you also have access to Frappe APIs, by the way, here. So I can say h2. This is how you add dynamic variables in Jinja. So here, whatever you write, at render time, it will be replaced with the actual value. So I will say, what was it? Title. I think doc.title will also work. Let's refresh. See? But you will notice one huge difference in this and the previous one. What was it? Stylings is gone. So there is no Frappe ka naya bar, footer, anything like that. Why is that? Yeah, this is our own, like we wrote just this HTML, right? So this is using that. But before we deleted the thing, if I control Z and go back to what was originally here, there was this line, extend the base web.html file, template/web.html. So we don't have web.html file in templates, do we? So where is it getting that from? Frappe repository has a templates folder. In that templates folder, there is a web.html. So that's why you get the Frappe ka default, this, that. So this is a feature of Jinja where you can have base templates and extend them. Or you can have your own built from scratch. Yeah. So let's use the Frappe template, that's fine. But instead of, let's remove this. Let's show some more information. So what all information do we have available here? Title. So let's say h1 will be title. And then what else? Color we can show. Okay. h2 color. So you have access to the doc here. So doc.color. If you go and refresh now, see, you get the title and the color. Let's do something more. Let's add an image maybe. So I will add an image field here. Let's edit doctype. Let's add a field, attach image, vehicle image. Let's save, go back to vehicle. Let's add image. Whatever it is, okay, let's no images. Let's grab this one. We can do image address as well, that's right. And now we want to render it here. So we'll add a HTML image tag. Here the source will be dynamic. So that will be doc.vehicle image. Let's go back, refresh. See, what did we do? Did nothing. Like this is HTML mixed with some dynamic data from your doc type. That's it. So this is the title field. Then we have the color. Then we use the image as a source of the image field. That's it. And we are extending base HTML so it gets some styling. Yeah. Yeah. It's gone. It's gone. It will break. So suppose I open a. So it will be gone. That's why maybe like it's better to download and have the assets in your instance than relying on third party. Hmm. 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 So you can say before like before save, check if it is an external link, download it and make it local. That can be done. Straightforward. Hmm. So there is one problem with this. Suppose if I don't attach image to someone, like some vehicle, it will be this broken thing, right? So Jinja has if else. So you can say if. How many of you already know Jinja? Little bit, little bit is. So yeah, I have linked the document print format. Yeah, print format is a good use case. Copilot. Okay, we need to discuss that. That's like it can help, but here is a nice story. So someone messaged me on Telegram that okay, I'm getting this error while running my bench. Okay, and I said, look, I tried to figure it out. I didn't get like what was happening, what was happening. I couldn't get it. And then I asked him, what command did you run? And he sent me a command. I was like, okay, I haven't seen this command ever. Let's find out. So then I tried to figure out like in the docs, where is this command? Like I haven't never used that command ever, so I don't know. Maybe I don't know something. So I figured it out. And then I asked him, where do you find this command? ChatGPT. So can help, but I wouldn't recommend. So first documentation, then maybe it needs some form of curated. Hmm. Yeah, yeah, a custom app. Yeah, that will fix it. But if you do the normal GPT-3 or GPT this without the apps, right? It uses the information from internet and hallucinates. So it will form its own bench commands. Yeah, twice happened twice. So yeah, that's why I no longer recommend ChatGPT as of now. But it can give you general programming help like Jinja as he suggested. So yeah. But usually like Jinja is fairly simple. You learn three things and you'll be done. So you have to, this is just dynamic variables. Then second is the if I'm showing, then there is a for loop. So it's Python in HTML, nothing much. So if dog dot vehicle image, if there is an image, then only we render this. So only difference with Python is that you have to end your blocks. That's it. So now the image will be only be rendered. Yeah. Otherwise, we can say else. Yeah. Dot vehicle image. Okay. That is never there. Okay. What did we do? Yeah. Else we'll say I want a span maybe no image available. Go back. See, no image available. So if else. So you can say if there is image, render this image tag. Else render this span tag. This is really powerful. So you can get rid of Frappe style, you can render your own stuff. So Frappe LMS, right, the current version is built completely on this Jinja templating and server-side render stuff. But yeah, very useful. So read more. I have linked in today's Yeah, in today's day 2 assignment, there is Jinja. So yeah, this was web view. So now what we can do is the web form we created. So we can have a button here that takes you to that web form. Much better, right? They can browse to the list of vehicles and they can select one vehicle and then book right from here. So let's add a link, a tag. So we'll see where it refers to. Where did we set the form? Let's find out. Web form order right. Yeah, let's copy this / order right book right. What? Yeah, let's see in the URL itself. Since we build the form, so we are in control. Let's go back and ID of what? That's just the next step. Yeah, I slowly tried one wheel. Yeah, that's not an issue. But yeah, that's a good point. So I will add some styling btn. So it looks like a button, just that. So Bootstrap is available since it is inheriting from the web.html that brings in Bootstrap and jQuery. So okay, book right. Then I click on it. It will take me to the form. Multi is on. We can turn that off. Login required. Save. Yeah. Now it is better. But there is an issue, as he pointed out, that vehicle is not automatically selected, right? It should be, because they particularly said, I want this vehicle, right? So what you can do is you can pass that in the query parameters. Let me just copy. You can say in the query parameters after your, no, not this form URL. So let's go to book right. Let me just copy this. Yeah, here you can say, I want the customer name. Let's try with customer name. John, too much John. But yeah, let's do Jenny this time. See, I shouldn't have added the quotation marks, but whatever you pass in query parameters, it will populate in the form automatically. So what do we pass from there? So here we can say /new vehicle equal to, that will be dynamic, right? Doc.name. Because this vehicle.html, the doc refers to the vehicle itself. So now it will be /booker_right/new (vehicle), and then this will be replaced with the name of the vehicle that they are looking at. Let's try it out. Let's go back, refresh. Let me book this. See, vehicle automatically got selected. Now this flow is nice. So you could have done all this in like less than an hour, I guess. This is a much better flow than what he was doing, getting calls, registering it. They can just browse the vehicle, book it from here. Right? And you can customize this however you want. You can have cards in the list view. So list view, you can edit this one for rendering cards here. Right now it's just rendering the title and taking to doc.route. Make sense? So I don't know, this is new. E. Yeah.
Just a show of hands. We have the web forms and we have the apps, the desk, Frappe desk. How many of you are interested in the website development, where it is anonymous users? And how many would be interested in doing applications for in-house use?
Yeah, desk side.
Desk side.
Both.
Both?
I mean, the client requirement always require both. I mean, this is what we face personally.
Both. So
They
for
always
internal
perform-
users and external as well.
Yes.
Public.
Yeah.
Login also they require.
Login is required, but you also develop it. Okay.
Customer portal.
Okay. But it's interesting to see that there's no show of hands. Huh? People are just trained. Overwhelmed, I guess.
That was. Yeah. You can take a coffee break in a half an hour. So yeah, this was web view. So you may say, do we need to always have some doc type to create web pages? No. So that's where WW pages come in. So there was a folder, right? I showed you on day one, www. Here, you can just create HTML files. Okay. Hello.html, right? I'll write some h1 here. Hello. I'll go back to my site, right? Let's go back and go to /hello and done. This is how easy it is to create web pages in your custom app. So you just create a file. This will be file-based routing. So based on the name of your file, it will give it the route. You don't have to define the route. So it will be hello.html will be available at /hello, about.html will be available at about/about, so on and so forth. You can have folders, nested folders as well. And this is Jinja.
Also do the same thing we did with the other page of having it inside the Frappe header and footer.
Yeah. So you can copy this thing. Copy this.
Or you can just ask ChatGPT to auto.
Yes.
Yeah, that also works. I disabled it. By the way, if you have seen my recent streams, I have disabled it completely. I used it so much, but then it started producing very inefficient code. Like my time was spent more in fixing what it did than actual writing the code. Maybe. Ah. Hmm. Ah, they renamed it, yeah. So just with these two lines, we got the Frappe styling back. Okay. So yeah, so that to override. So first it looks at the app and then it looks at the Frappe. So if it finds web.html under your app, it will use that. Otherwise, it will look at the Frappe. I'll show you. No, wait, not this. Frappe/Frappe. I can open this and then web.html. See this. See, this renders the header actions, and here is where it will render your content. Right? Makes sense? So page content. This? Yeah, you can web.html you can create and copy it over. Yeah. Yeah. I recently posted a video with using Tailwind with this thing. So this is Jinja, as I said. So Jinja has this one more feature of variable. So you can say set. Let's render. Shouldn't do that, but yeah. Frappe.session.user. Highly risky. Let's display that in an unordered list. Li user dot full name, if I recall correctly. Let's find out. No full name. I think just user. Oh, user is just the okay. I should have done this. See, That's why I said don't do this. It has the CSRF token in this. So frappe.session.user contains whoever is the current user who is using the site. So that can be used, like we were discussing use cases, right? Okay, only for particular user we want to use that. So wherever in your code, in your script side, you can say frappe.session.user and check who is logged in. That will always contain the person, the ID of the person who is logged in. In this case, it is administrator. But yeah, so this I did to show you that this is still Jinja. And there's a better way to do it. So what you can do is you can just, oh, no, not that. Yeah. You can create a file with the same name, exact same name. So hello.html, just change the extension to .py, right? Suppose you are building a portal where you render your item, some processed report or something. So you can write the logic in py file and access that data in HTML file. So let's do that. Maybe, so again, it has to be called dot like execute, and then this will give you the context and whatever you can attach. So let's do one thing. I will attach my secret emoji here, yeah. Or button, this one, yeah. So now, since you have attached this variable, right, to the context of hello.py, in hello.html you can directly refer by this name. So you can say my secret emoji in hello.html. Let's render h2 here. So think of this. This can be anything. List, object. Then you can iterate. No, usually okay, wait. Oh, you have to return the content. But okay, I assumed that this could work. No. I said it works without returning as well. But there is some other issue. What is that? Let's find out. Is it correct? No. Okay, let's do one thing. No, directly to the context. Okay. This should have worked. Yeah. This shouldn't be called execute. This should be called get context. Okay. Tricky thing to catch. Yeah. So this is cached, by the way. So once it renders, it will cache this page. If you don't want this to cache, then you just add this. It won't cache now. Every time user asks, it will re-render and send. Yeah, so our emoji is here. So you can attach stuff. So again, import pandas and do whatever you want here and then render it. Hmm. Local won't work. It watches the changes. Hmm. No, not that. So it once it is rendered, it is rendered. This is not reactive. No. Yeah. So every time it is not. It doesn't have state. You have to manage the state in database or Redis cache, if you want to. Update the. Yeah. Hmm. If you want to see when was this loaded, this page was rendered. Yeah. So yeah, that was that. But yeah, this was portal. So here you can import Frappe. You get the point. So I'm not touching on like the core Python logic thing. I'm just touching on what areas you can go and extend, right? So here you can do whatever we discussed till now. You can do get all, you can process some stuff and then attach it to constant, then render it on your page. That is one of your assignments. Yeah. So now day two is, I think, mostly controllers and this. Okay. Clear? Any doubts in portal development? So this is in together web page feature that we saw yesterday morning. That was the customization side of it. www folder, web view, all let you do some kind of portal development. They are not in the desk, but the actual portal where the users, non-logged in users or external users, non-admin users, that's the right word, can can see those pages. Yeah, landing page, your home page, about us page. Yeah, they can still see the pages. Non-admin users, they need to have permissions for viewing the desk. So if they are website user, they won't be able to. They need to be system user. Yeah. Hmm. Hmm. So who is booking the room? Employees, right? So they will be desk. They will have access to the desk, right? They will have some role permissions that okay, you can only access this particular doc type. Maybe you are in charge of the room booking, so you can access this, that. You can have a common employee role. We'll discuss permissions. Yeah. But yeah, any doubts in portal development? So web form, web pages using either the doc type or the web view or www directory, right? Hmm? No, that is a page. That is something called a custom page. Sharik was saying we should cover it. Maybe if you want tomorrow, we can cover that. He can cover that. Yeah, yeah. That's like okay. Simply the list view and the form view you see, right? They are pages. They are templatized pages basically. You can build your own pages using the same API that they use, but it will give you an empty canvas instead of a form view or a list view. So you can add a custom button, you can add inputs, filters, a lot of stuff. The API is given. You can render your own HTML template there. A good example is report view. The print designer, all this, they are the rendered inside the whiteboard app. Yeah. So Frappe gives just the blank part of it. It's still in the desk, but it's all blank. But you put whatever you want in it. So I put a whiteboard app. You can put POS Awesome. That's also a good example. POS Awesome is an app that's POS, but it's a desk page, so it's not Frappe. It's built on top of Vue.js. The whiteboard app uses React. So this gives you a lot of power. So you can embed any front-end framework in the desk itself. Yeah. Yeah, watch that video maybe. That'll give you a good idea. I did that video just to cover the page feature. But then I found this whiteboard useful. So no, probably. I don't like Dart for some reason. I tried it. I did like 2 years ago, 3 years ago before joining Frappe. Yeah, yeah. Okay, I have to give it a try. Yeah, yeah. So there, Sumit, who is now working on help desk, he There was a Frappe mobile app. There was a try to build a mobile app for Frappe. So that was built on Flutter. That is archived, no longer maintained. Uh, hmm. Mhm. So Frappe, like mobile view is good. If you open this desk in mobile friendly, yeah. But if they still want some kind of customized mobile app, no, no, no. So what we have found is like learning from that app that failed, that too generic. So mobile app should be built in specific contexts, use cases. So if you are built, yeah, like HRMS, it was just for approving expense, like applying expenses, approving them, that flow. So makes sense. Similarly, you can have manufacturing. So that has its own UX and UI, much better than general. Hmm? Okay. Okay, since we are doing emojis, let's do one more thing. Remember we did REST API yesterday? That was like specific, right? You want this doc type, you make a API call, you get it. But what if we write our own custom APIs? Maybe that returns a specific report you have generated or something like that, right? In that case, we can write our own custom APIs. Just create a file anywhere, right? Anywhere you can have this file. So let's create it inside. Let me just zoom out a bit. I'll create, this can be called anything. I'm just calling it by convention API.py. Write a Python function, right? Get emoji. Then let's return money. It's all about money, right? No, not at all. So I have like two comprehensive videos on that. One is the Stripe one, that is also a payment. I have also Razorpay. Both I've integrated with Frappe. So you'll find them useful. I'll give you the exact episode number so you can find. Yeah. Because I don't think we'll get time. Like I'm trying to cover the core so you are ready for the assignments and then we can have the Q&A with some additional topics that you may want to learn. Fine. So now you have written this function, right? Get emoji. You can make this an API, like callable from anywhere. So you just need to know the path of this function. Rentals dot API dot get emoji. So I'll try to call it. So as I said, right? Let's go back. Instead of document, it will be method, and then give the part to your Python function. So rentals dot API dot get emoji. Again, port 8000 we missed. Didn't save it. Okay, permission error. It says you are not permitted to access this resource. The function is not whitelisted. So can you guess what might have happened if it was able to call it? You can access any function in any of the apps via API. That would mean, okay, just give the database in my hand, right? So that's why any function that you may want to be accessible in the front end, you have to specifically whitelist it. That, okay, this should be accessible on the front end. This shouldn't be. So just you can use the decorator at frappe dot whitelist, right? And there is one option to allow guest. That means even without login, they can call. They don't need tokens. We won't do that. So be careful when you allow guest, right? That's a huge potential vector for security attacks. So now I make a call. Okay, still rentals.api.no is not whitelisted. What did I do? Come on. Specify. No, it can access with it by path. So it can just go and figure out where it is. Wait, what did I do? No, correct. Rentals, then api.py file, then there is get emoji. I restarted the bench as well. Let's try now. Okay. Auth. Oh, wait. Oh, auth is not there, right? So this gives. Wait. Yeah. Headers. Yeah. Headers are not there. So what I can do is, instead of doing that, maybe we get to test this allow guest thing. So anybody will be able to call it. Now I make the request. See, we got the money back. Yeah. So this is how you can write your own APIs. Just write a Python function, decorate with frappe.whitelist. If you don't do this, it will be only allowed for login people. Otherwise, it will require the token. But yeah, even return anything dictionary, it will convert this to JSON before sending. So if you see there, it wrapped it inside a JSON object with the data key. See? So this gives more power if REST API doesn't suffice. You can go beyond that. Any questions on this APIs?
So we wrote this API for a custom app we have, or is it built in to give access the data that's already inside the app?
You can access anything from here as long as that app is installed on the site. Yeah, so any app can access any app's doc types. So that's why there is no namespacing thing. So doc types must be unique because when you do frappe.getDoc, you are not namespacing it. Like it will make getDoc complicated. You will have to have some, okay, from this app, this doc type. And that getDoc will no longer be as simple as getDoc. GetDoc API is very simple. GetDoc, the doc type name, doc name, just that. And if we go one layer with the namespace, it will complicate it. Yeah, yeah. So right now, what if you want to check, right? If ERP Next is installed and I have this available doc type, you can just do frappe.db.exist doc type. This doc type exists, then you call get doc. So that all dynamic stuff is still because all metadata.
So let's say if the managers they just want to see some of the account balances like the cash and bank.
Yeah.
So you can just create an API call and then send the data whether it's going to be through WhatsApp or it's going to be through a different view.
Anything. One more thing is that since desk also uses the APIs behind the scene, right? So if you go to desk anywhere, like let's go to desk and suppose I have this, let's have create a number card. So number card is basically nothing but before that, maybe I can create it from, wait, let's call it number of vehicles, document type vehicle, daily this, that, let's hit save. Card to dashboard. So you need to create a dashboard. Let's create a new dashboard. So dashboard is a feature. I'll show you what it does. Vehicle rental dashboard. You can add card here that we created. This is again no code, low code feature. Okay, I have to make that card public. See, number of vehicles 3. This is the card. But if you see the network calls, right? It's clear. Go back. Come to the card again. How do I expand this? Ah, yeah, better. Still the same issue. Okay, I can expand this now. As you can see, desk is also making some calls to the backend, some dotted path, right? So in workspace, if you add a number card as well, I think number card is possible right there. So if you want the data of this number to be rendered in mobile and you don't want to recalculate, you want to use the logic that desk uses to render it in the workspace. You can inspect and see where it is making the call. You can make that call to the same place, get the data and render. This was a neat trick pointed out in one of the episodes I was doing with Nikhil Kotari. So he pointed, he just created a workspace. In there, he added a card. So, so if I add a card here in my workspace, say, let's add a card. Let's try it out. Like it was, yeah, number card. Here is the better one. Number of vehicles, add, let's save. Let's see, we should have kept it open. But if I reload, see this API. So you see that this API is returning 3, right? So it is calculating the number of vehicles. So you don't have to rewrite this API. You can just go to, yeah, so you can just see this, get result, right? And check what things it takes. So it takes the doc. There might be simpler APIs, but then you can make the call to this API along with the data it requires. Where is it? Bruno, I closed Bruno. Let me just open that. Yeah, you make, okay. It did it. Yeah, you make a call post request to it. You can check what Frappe is making and then you give it the body and it will return the number card for that. Make sense? So yeah, dotted path, done. Okay. Any doubts? REST API, portal, that were big topics. Let's do something light now. Not heavy. So there is this thing that we have this web form, right? User comes in and books something, right? So how will Irfan know that a new booking came in? Email is like, no, what he can do is he can sit at his desk and stare at his screen for the whole day. That's one possible solution. Yeah. So yeah, that's not possible, right? He can't sit there and like, okay, list view, new update popped up. Let me do that. So he should be notified that okay, new record came in, and email, Slack, or even the system notifications work. So there is a notification doc type that will help us do that. So let's go to notification list. Everything is a doc type, as I said, right? So you give it a name, new booking arrived, and you can select the channel. This can be system notification. So system notification is nothing but what you see in this notification panel of the system. Okay. And for now, I'll do email. And then you can write the subject of the email. So again, you learn Jinja once, you use it everywhere. Yeah, Jinja is very useful. I'm telling you, if you were to learn like something new today or in this week, learn Jinja. If you don't know it yet, like at least learn the basic for, if, set. Yeah. So this can be dynamic. So you can say doc.customer. So this refers to whatever doc type you select here. So in this case, it will be booking, right? Booking. So customer name booked vehicle, right? And then you can select when do you want to send this notification. So you have a couple of options. We'll do one more notification after this. So what we want is new. Send an alert whenever a new record of the doc type you provided here is created. Whenever a new ride booking is created, just send a notification. The email subject is this. And if you want more control, right, you can write Python expressions here. Only send notification when the amount in purchase order is more than 1 lakh. Suppose. So you can write more conditions here. Doc dot purchase amount is greater than 1 lakh. Only then send the notification. That can be done. Is standard. By now you might have guessed. What does it do? Yeah, it will bundle it with your app. So it will create a notifications folder and then it will put there. So whoever installs that will also get the notification feature with it. And then you can select the recipients or you can send it to all assignees. So assignment is a feature where you can assign multiple people to a particular document, right? Let's do something simple. We'll send it to everyone, like better than that. Let's send it to all system managers. And you can write some message. Hey, new booking has arrived. And you can create like HTML here. You can say, let's switch from Markdown to HTML. Yeah. Click here to view. And here you can say href. So Irfan gets the email, he just clicks and he's directly in the booking form. So the href will be dynamic. Jinja again. So it will be slash. What's the path for the form view? No. We need to have the site name as well. So that is possible, but I don't want to go in there now. So let's say just http://irfan.labs48,000/app. Maybe it takes him to the desk. That's fine. But yeah, you can see an example here what you can do, right? And then this is enabled. Now, whenever a new vehicle booking is created, it will try to send an email to all the users who have the role of system manager with this subject. So this will be replaced by what? The customer name who booked this vehicle. And done. Now he no longer has to. Is it better than Excel now? No. Almost. Not yet. Okay. So yeah. One more feature he requested, hypothetically, that he has an insurance expiry date in the vehicle, right? Did we add it? So let's add that. Vehicle. Let's add a date field. Insurance expiry. Let's make it mandatory. Okay, let's go back. Let's add an insurance expiry of this date. So what he says is, send me a notification 3 days before the insurance expires. Just a reminder, right? This can be useful. This is a genuine use case. So again, we'll go to notification. We'll create a new notification. We'll say insurance expiry reminder. So this is just the name of the notification. Subject will be insurance for doc.title. Here, what is the doc? Vehicle. So whatever the vehicle is, it will show its name in the subject of the email. Expiring in 3 days. Standard? No, I don't think. Maybe let's keep it customization. Only he is the one who is requiring it. So send alert on days before. You can choose. You can say send alert days before, and you can select which date, right? So I want to send this notification, and it will show you all the date fields in that doc type. So insurance expiry is one of the fields, insurance expiry, and how many days before or after? 3 days. And you can write a condition. If it is in service already, then don't send a notification, maybe, right? So let's say only system manager. Done. We solved his case in 5 minutes. He's happy. Right now, it will send notification 3 days before insurance expiry of any vehicle. Within the system, yeah. They should be part of the system. But if you want to do like a WhatsApp or message alert to normal users, then you might need to have hooks in the schedule or the scheduler script. Hmm. 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 Yeah, day 4 assignment. Check that. Exactly that use case. You have to send payment reminders to all. Spoiler. No, no, I'm saying like almost. But yeah, that's a use case. I've also given a hint what you have to use. So you'll learn about that. You have to send reminders every month based on their contract. The assignment 4 is quite different than the other 3. But yeah, that's the way to go. So this is just for, like, this covers a lot of use cases, by the way, because mostly the system employees, this, that. Yeah.
It sends it based on roles, right?
Yeah.
Is it possible to send it specifically to a person like, for example, a field in that
Yeah.
document saying
Yeah.
this is assigned to this person? But this is the person who created the vehicle.
No, it's just as you see.
Like if you have
more fields.
Understand? Yeah.
user
Yeah.
user
User types. Same what we got with the date.
yeah.
Then
So
for
based on the
example-
type of the field, it will show you the options. Yeah.
Okay.
And if you want more granular controls, there is a condition as well. Down below. Yeah. This is very flexible. This condition, optional. So you can write a condition, only send in this case. You can have multiple rows. You can send it to assignees as well. Yes. Yeah, all assignees. So assignees are, say, no. Vehicle list. So here you have assigned to, right? So you can assign, maybe assign this guy, and you will see that he was assigned this document, right? So you will get a notification that you were assigned to this document, and now you can use that as a measure to, okay, suppose there are managers for each vehicle. Someone is responsible for that vehicle. So maybe you have assigned that master to that person, and then you have set up a notification in such a way that it sends only to the assigned person accordingly. Yeah, you have to check that checkbox we saw, right? Send to assignees.
Things in the left side. Assign.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes and no. Yes. But you mean by permissions?
No, if you want to hide, suppose you don't want to show this in the form.
Yeah, you can. You can write a script.
No.
Like if you want it to always
I did DocType we can do, or you can disable.
sidebar, right?
Yes.
Yeah, you can. Your use cases.
In system setting.
Suppose I don't want to show this, like I have to do create a desk for someone else, and I don't want to show these things, so that they can't confuse.
Sidebar. Some say configuration is there.
Check DocType.
DocType we have.
I have never encountered it, but let's find out.
There is no sidebar.
Hide sidebar menu and comments.
No.
Where?
In DocType you can see there is no sidebar.
Yeah, in DocType you can see there is no sidebar. But I think this.
Yes.
No, I was coming to the solution.
Okay.
You were showing a use case. Yeah. Correct. Good. Yeah, let's see. Go on. Happy?
Yeah.
So that was notifications. A lot of things are like checkbox. Some people come and say, okay, I didn't exist, this checkbox existed, we implemented this feature. So half of it is just knowing about the checkboxes. But yeah, this was notification. So this was like no code, low code thing we were talking about, right? You didn't have to write much of code, but you do get the feature. Similarly, we have this auto email report thing. So similar to notification, but that will help you send reports on a regular interval, maybe. Okay, weekly, I want this report, that report. So we haven't touched on report yet. Report was part of today. So let's see. Okay. So let's go to the vehicle. You see this here, toggle, list view. If you click this, you will see more options available. And depending on the type of the doc type, there are more. There is also a tree view. So what I will do is I'll switch from list view, which is this list, to a report view. And this changed. So you have this grid now with some options like add group and some other options like this select report. So what you can do is here you can go to three dots. You can say show totals. I don't know how useful that is. No, wait. Yeah. Pick columns. Maybe I just don't want the year. Make. I want created on. Submit. Okay, wait. Let me just. Oh, why? That should be right. Mhm. Yeah. Mm. So now you prepare this report, you can add a group by. Maybe let's say one thing. So he asked me to create a report to see how many of his vehicles are in service, how many are in order, and how many he has already sold, maybe bought and sold. So for that, we need a field before. So let's go to doctype list. See how easy it is to go and edit doctype. So you can move quickly, right? So you don't have to set the doctype ka schema in stone. Later, you can come and add field, move fields here and there. Yeah. So I'm preparing for a talk at the conference in Pune. And one of the learnings I'm sharing is doc types are editable, right? That's the title. So yeah, so here you can, let's add a field for status. So what type of field? Status. What do you think? Select, right? Because it can be one of discrete options. So let's say status. That will be in no, active, out of service, sold, crushed. Yeah, yeah, condition. What is the type? Select. Okay, just data. Rating. Okay. Yeah, so maybe active condition is 4 star, right? So by the way, like if it is very good if I get the status here to filter directly. I can use the filter menu. Here you have the filter menu where you can filter by, say, wherever status is not set. So let's set them. Out of service, insurance expiry is required. Okay. Today. Last one. Active. Condition is too good. Okay. Okay. Now I'll go back to report view. What I can say is group by. status, done. This is what he asked for. So I can simply apply a group by status and it groups by, and you can select whether you want the average total or the count of it. So two vehicles are active, one is out of service, and now he's getting greedy. The more faster we are shipping, he's asking for more. So there is one saying, right? The reward for good work is more work. So now he wants us to send this report weekly to him automatically in his email. So what we'll do first, so we built this report. This is just the report view. We haven't created a report yet. We haven't saved this anywhere. So first we'll save it as a report. Whatever you did here is like temporary, but you can save it. So go to the three dot menu, save as, give the report a name. Vehicles by service status. Hit submit. You can, if it is shows not saved, just click on save again. And then you will see this in the report as well. Like once you clear the cache, you will see that, okay, bug. Probably a bug, but it shows. But yeah, now it is saved, right? Now you have the report. You can see, so you will say where did it save? So it report list, see. And guess whether it will be in my code or not. Why? See, clearly it shows it is not standard. So in order to save it in my code, I will say standard yes, module is rentals. Okay, you have something. Okay, let it be. First, if I change this to yes. Okay, it worked now. I don't know why it was. But now it might have generated some code. Let's see. Rentals report. See, now we are slowly building a complete application which has doc types, which has notification, which has web forms, which has report, and you give this app to someone.
Technically, on the same bench, I can have one site for my development and one site for testing.
Yeah, you can.
Okay, this is convenient.
Yeah.
Okay, production, no.
Production, you can't have in your computer.
No, but I'm saying like on a server. Like if I were deploying something on a server, I can have a dev instance, like within the instance.
No.
Dev test,
No,
but production
not
will be separate, of course.
separate. It should be separate. So you don't have your staging in the same bench as the. You can have it,
Yeah.
but
What's the impact of it? I know it's not a good
so
practice.
it won't be isolated, right? So if you want a separate staging instance, that means you need to pull your app and then test on staging. As soon as you pull your app, production also.
Okay.
Because the apps are
It's
same.
using, the app is synced across the,
I broke my production server.
Doing what?
We were doing some testing and then we did some customization,
Mhm.
some external and third-party packages. So we pushed the updates without realizing also our production got updated. Yeah, and it broke.
That's a separate benches.
Yeah.
Dev staging is fine, but
yeah, of course.
production. So now the only piece remaining, we have the report. We just have to send it to him weekly or whatever he wants. So go to three dots again, set up auto email. It will take you to a separate doc type auto email report, and then you can say which report you want to send. If you want to send it, if it has no data, it won't send. How many rows you want to send? What email do you want to send it to? Let's send it to Sharik at frappe.io, who is the sender. You can select the frequency, whether you want to send it to daily, weekdays, weekly, or Monday. So, or monthly. So, weekdays, right? If you want, so instead of that, I can have weekly. And weekly will give you an option on which day of the week, right? So, let's say every Wednesday. You can have a format. Either you can send it as a CSV or XLSX or HTML. and then you can type in a message. Hey, here is the report you asked for. Now stop calling me. Okay, let's just save. And you can either send now, it will fail because I don't have an email account set up, or you can just download and check whether it would have sent the correct report. So let's open this up. It would have sent this report in email. See, hey, here is the report you asked for. Now stop calling me. This is the report, and you can they can click and view this report in the browser if they want.
Can this auto email take like for date field and or dynamic? Like
Date field
every like date field should set as of today and send the report as of today like that.
Setting filters.
Yeah, filters.
If you're asking that. Filter data. So I'm not. I don't
Like
think so.
if the filter is having like a date field, it will show in that auto, but it will ask you to set a date, a specific date. If I want it for a daily, like daily that report needs to be run and send it to the user, for example, some birthdays or some user specific, daily they need that, then auto email doesn't work in that case.
Yeah, it doesn't work because reports can have so many filters. There can be a feature which lets you map that okay, if you want to send a report of all the vehicles created in the last week, that is not possible right now.
Only send records updated in last 6 hours.
Auto email works.
You can do
You just specify a report.
Yeah.
The report can be SQL.
Yeah. Good point. So SQL, then you can use the functions, right? Last week.
Yeah,
Yeah, good point. I was missing that thing. So I was just focusing on the filter part. But you just write it in the report in such a way that it doesn't need user input or user filters.
So we have to
SQL
create
is a
a new
good
one
one.
for existing reports to work.
Yeah, existing reports you can have standard filters or default filters.
Dynamic.
But yeah, that's good. Just the next type of report we are going to. So smooth transition now. So yeah, now he's happy. That's it, I guess. So this was report builder. This is the simplest form of the reports we have in Frappe. So if you check here, right, this one is of type report builder. We have other types as well. So majorly these two are very important. Custom report is if you want to extend some existing report. I haven't used it much. These are very useful. So query report it lets you write SQL to generate reports. Script report lets you write Python script to generate report. So now he has come again, more work, and he has said, I want vehicles by make, right? Like how many vehicles are there of each make? We can use the report builder, but we want to learn query builder, so we'll use query builder. Query report, sorry. So once you select this, right, query report, let's go back and create a new one, of course. Let's create a new one. Let's call it zoom in. Yeah. Vehicles by make. So how many BMWs do I have? How many, what do you say? Hyundai do I have? That. So reference doctype, vehicle. So there is a misconception that people think that if I have selected this doctype here, I can only refer to that doctype's data in the report. Report builder, true. Other two reports, no. You can refer to anything. It is just, what is this used for? When you see in the sidebar, there was a report list, right? It is used to show that, okay, these reports are available for this doctype. Yeah. So is standard, yes, we can do a standard. Total row can be added, okay. And let's switch to query report. And here it will show you an input where you can write your SQL query. Select star from tab vehicle. Okay, hit save, show report, done. So it made the SQL query and gives you a nice UI. So here you can say is published is 1, is published is 0. Okay, I think it works like this. less than 0. But yeah, these are inputs are, what do you say? Let's say greater than 2, greater than 1 if you want to get the cancel documents. But you can filter. So this is the nice UI it gives you. And it also added a total row wherever possible. Right? But what do we want? We want by. We want to group by. Group by what? We can say make count star. So now this is SQL, pure SQL. Frappe will just give you the UI. If you refresh, you see, you got it. Now you can customize this view, right? This is really powerful. If you already know SQL, you can build a lot of reports with it. Joins, anything. Joins are not possible in report builder. Here you can join multiple tables, apply row level functions, right? You can do that. And let's customize it. So I can customize the label of the columns. So I can come here to columns. I can say this will be the make. Its label will be make. It will be of type data. Then I will have, let's call it count. So make count. So we can return it as make count. So this should match, like the number of columns you return from here and the number of columns you add should match. If you don't have anything, it will guess. But if you have one, it will try to, like it doesn't. So let's try that. If I do this right, and we can give it a label of number of vehicles. So this is useful for one more reason, just for not, like if you click this, you can set the width of the column. So I think total is 1200. 1200 is the total. So if I give it 400 and this one 600, go back, refresh. Okay, no, I think too much. How much is the total? 100 is the total? I don't think so. 100. Yeah, it has some default. Yeah, you can have it. As you can see, it is there. But anyways, the user can come here and resize if they want to. But yeah, now it is better. You can have filters as well. So suppose you want to filter by make, right? So you can come here in the filters, you can add a new filter. Let's say make, and this will be a data field. Mandatory, I don't think so, but make. And if you show report now, you can either reload or just click this one. And then you see that this is the filter. We haven't wired it to anything yet, but at least it displays. So this is script report. And I will tell you a good way to create reports, query reports. Go to System Console, switch from Python to SQL. Here you can experiment with your queries much faster than, okay, keeping report view report in one tab and then other. That is also possible, but here it is much. Okay, you can directly do tab. See, it shows you the same UI there that you saw there, right? But this is instantaneous. You type here, you hit execute, it executes. You can also see process list. What is going inside your database? What processes are running? Yeah.
So this is SQL, so it does support truncate.
Yeah.
Delete.
Truncate and delete.
I think it shouldn't support delete, right?
It doesn't. No, this one doesn't.
Really?
Yeah. So there is, I think, safe update on by default. Even in MariaDB console, it is on.
I see.
So when you do, when just cite this MariaDB and try to delete something, let's try that.
Otherwise, someone can accidentally delete some tables or some data.
Delete from tab. You are using safe update mode and you tried to update a table without a where uses that equivalent. Okay. So you can't, like, safe update mode has some restrictions. It will be safe. So you can turn that off using safe update equal to 0. Then it will let you do whatever you want. Then it knows that you are sure and you won't blame SQL for it. Okay. So this was another report. And if you add filters, if you want to use them, what you can do is where make like percentage comes before or after. I always forget this. No, no, not quotes. Make this should work, I guess. Yeah, this quotes, right? It should automatically because we have S here. Let's try it out. Let's make this mandatory. Okay. I don't know. No, 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 no. Okay, so you can inspect, by the way, what query it generated. So let's open up JavaScript console. Select this, like, make. Oh, wait. No, no. SQL was itself wrong. You can't have where after group by. Having you can have. So I think having would have made sense. And then we move it here. So this was SQL mistake rather than a syntax mistake. No? What make do we have? Okay. Hmm. Oh, wait. So there is an option. Here you can say wildcard filter. So it will wrap percentage symbol before and after the make, whatever you type. So here, it was exactly looking for B, not BMW. Now it will, wait, still an issue. I refreshed, right? Now it is wrapping it in percentages. No, no, no. Does this work? Oh, okay, I should keep some reference handy for this. Okay, now it works. So I added extra quotation marks. The first time I was doing it. But yeah, now you can see you can filter M, B, H. Lot to absorb. But yeah, so you won't like become a master in the third day. So that's not how it works. And I think you all know that. So the thing is, we want to give you the base because you won't like, we are not covering everything about Frappe. So you will have the base, you will have the foundations, then you can build on top of it using the assignment. Use the day 4 assignment. So day 4 assignment is an open day, like open assignment, right? So it means that there is the business use case, but if you did day 1, you will know. Day 1 tells you exactly what to do, but day 4 won't tell you anything. It will tell you what the client wants. You have to implement however you see fit and however deep you want to go. Yeah. And that is manually checked, by the way. So that's not automated. Yeah. So now today you can do day 2. Even we covered half of day 3. Yeah, the third type of report now, the only one remaining, that is script report. So what I will do is, if you see this code that this query report generated, right? You will see that it also generated a JSON file, but instead of JSON, it will store the query that you added in the JSON file. See, query, right? Whatever query you wrote, it is there. But script report is something different. So when you create a standard script report, right? Standard one, not custom one. So custom one will let you. So let's create a new report. Now this is a tricky report he has asked for. He has asked what's the revenue per vehicle, per by make. So how much is the BMW vehicles making? How much is Hyundai vehicles making? So can we do that with report builder? Why? Yeah. So how do you even calculate revenue by make? Booking. Where is the revenue coming from? Booking. So the total amount is in the booking. But is the booking directly linked to the make somehow? No, make field is not there. Otherwise, it would be easy. We could have just group by and done. But make field is where? In the vehicle. And vehicle is linked to booking. So you have to join these two tables and get the data somehow. Right? So let's do that. So I'll add a report. And he also wants a nice pie chart. That is also we'll do revenue by make. Our reference doc type will be right booking. It doesn't matter. Like, but think about it in like where this should be in whose report view. Yeah, yeah, makes sense. So if you don't do is standard, like don't make it yes, and you select script report light, it will just let you write the script here itself. The Python script you can write, store the result in this format that it has given, right? Result should be a list of dictionaries, and that's it. But here you can't import stuff. Same restriction as server scripts. So let's convert it into a standard. This is the most powerful of reports. Most of the reports in ERP next, like complicated reports you see, right? They are script reports. And as soon as I do this, yes, hit save, go back to this place, and let's open up our report, revenue by make. And you will see this creates files similar to doctype. It has a Python file where you can write your report, script report. It has a JSON file which stores the data about the report. And it also has a JSON file where you can define filters, etc. You can even add custom buttons to report using that JS file. That is not possible in query report or report builder. That's why I said most flexible, most powerful. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Pandas, of course. Yeah, yeah. Anything. So now this is, so it generated some code as well, if you see, right? It gave you the execute. This is how I recall execute everywhere. It was get context there. So you can import pandas. You can import Frappe, like you can pull the data from the database, process it, and return it here in the data key. And you can return the columns, whatever columns. So this can be dynamic. You can return 4 columns, 5 columns, depending on the filter maybe. So you can do that. And it passes you the filters, whatever user, like the filters that the user has given us, it passes you that. So you can use that to generate the data.
I have to submit the data back in this same format, or can I render it using some Python libraries?
No, at the end you have to return a list,
Oh.
both for data and for columns.
But you said pie chart. So the pie chart is the framework. Framework handles that. It's not me and my Python code.
Pie chart? No, pie chart we will do.
Okay, but it's from the framework.
Yeah,
It's
framework.
not from the code.
So again, that uses a library called Frappe Charts. We have a library that is used to render the front end. It is an independent of Frappe, by the way. Even if you are not using Frappe, it's a SVG charting library, right? So here, right now you see 2. Actually, it takes 5. So we'll see 4 of them.
But you can actually customize the chart that gets displayed.
Yeah. Yeah. Frappe Charts. It has the colors and you can choose about that.
So you can choose by
Mixed charts,
mixed
anything.
charts.
I'll show you, man. Like I can quickly show you the Frappe Charts website. It has interactive demo. Frappe Charts. Uh, Charts. Okay, Frappe Charts. No, not this page. Maybe in the new website they removed that demo page, but explore demos. No. Okay. So, but you can. Yeah, see? So here in the usage, it will show you how to use it. So you can tell what you want, what colors you want, what type of chart you want, right? Height is all you can define it. This will give you a chart. So this same thing is used by Frappe framework to render charts in reports. So you can return just this data and it will render that. So we'll do that. We'll render a pie chart. Now let's go back. So first let's get the data. No, you can't. So she's asked. Okay. Okay. What were we doing? Yeah. Report. First, let's get the report running. Yeah. So again, the same approach I will take whenever I want to write some controller or report. First, I do it in console. So can easily like fast feedback loop. I can just run and get the result running. Then I will copy paste it in my code. So what 2 tables we had to join? You can either do joins manually or you can write it in Python side. So there is, so let's do frappe.get all. I want to get right booking. Fields will be, what all fields do we want? Total amount to calculate the revenue. So this is how the report should look like. Maybe that will give you a better idea of what we are trying to generate here. Here is how the report should look like. There should be a pie chart and this make revenue. Okay, so it should be BMW 90,000, Hyundai 10,000, and then maybe here whatever, but you get the point, right? So we are going to find the total revenue that each make has made. Clear? We don't want to show the vehicle, that's fine. Yeah, we need the vehicle in order to get. So where is this field? The make inside the vehicle. So let's get the vehicle and then we'll get the make out of it. So I'll get the vehicle. Let's see what it returns. So it returns, okay, 2 of them doesn't have any vehicle or the amount. So let's set some data so actually we can calculate. Right booking. Yeah, where it is like where it is either draft or submitted, both works. So what is the field that we need to filter on? Doc status. filters, you can say I want only the write bookings that have doc status less than 2. This means 0 or 1, draft and submitted. Maybe. Then you can just do this. No, correct. So depends on the use case. If you are considering draft as also the revenue, like counting that, it is called something like provisional revenue. Depends on the use case, but as soon as you do this, you get just 1. So that is the submitted. Okay. Yeah, empty list because we don't have any submitted. Let's move this here. Yeah. So now what I will do is I'll submit this one. So BMW has 580, and then we'll create one more for Hyundai. Let's change this to Hyundai. Go back. Wait. Yeah. So driver we can assign as Matthew. Items will be A, 10, B. Don't want a new row. Rate can be 20. Hit save. So yeah, we had a notification on creation of new. So it tried to send an email, but let's submit. So now we will have some data to work with. Okay, I didn't do auto reload, so frappe.db.commit. Either you do commit or you restart. So as I said, right, when you start console, it starts its own transaction, database transaction. So if you're working outside of that transaction, it doesn't automatically pick it up. Either exit or restart the console or dash auto reload, I think should do. But I don't. So auto reload works for code, but I'm not sure if it worked for DB transaction. So yeah, either .db.commit or restart. But yeah, now we have some data. So we have the vehicle bit. We need to get the make as well, right? Vehicle ID. It is the vehicle ID. So sadly, we won't get to do joins. We can just do this.
Expand. It's too easy.
Yeah, you can just, if you have a link field, right? You can just do dot and tell which field you want from that link. Behind the scene, get all will do the join. So I shared this in a Twitter as well. So when you are working with the ORM, right? Like when you want to get some data from the database, your first instinct or the use case should be the ORM. That means get all, get value, set value. If that doesn't suffice, maybe you're joining 3 tables or some complex database operation. Then you go to query builder. We have a query builder. Yeah, .qb. If time permits, I'll show you. Otherwise, in the Q&A session, we'll see that. At the very end, you should go to SQL. And I don't think like you will ever have to touch that. Uh, yeah. You can do this. But first you have to group by. So get all also takes group by. It won't let you write SQL so easily. Okay, wait. Make is not group by. Works?
No, still like I also want the sum of star. So I want another column.
No, what do you want?
Like I want this is exactly what you did. This is the same output as the previous one. There's no difference. But I want to add now another column, which is the count of Hyundai and the count of BMW. So it's three. It should be three columns.
You want the count?
So an extra field would be count star, right?
Count star.
Or some star.
Should work.
So
Let's find out. Yeah.
count star. There's only one Hyundai, no BMW.
Yeah.
Okay. So we have two.
One Hyundai, one BMW. No. One
Booking.
ride booking with BMW, one ride booking with Hyundai.
No, but I wanted the count, like if we wanted the count of the cars, like I
Count
said.
of the cars.
Yeah.
No, I don't think you can enter that join.
Okay. That in that case, we have to do an SQL, right?
That case, you go to Query Builder.
But Query Builder would not work because we need a join. Because there is a join.
Query
Right
Builder
picking.
has join. Not the report builder.
Okay. Yeah.
Query Builder is a separate feature of framework. Yeah. There was a PR. I don't think it is working right now for some reason. FAR is implemented so you can get child table data right from here. Just like you did dot make, right? You could easily do that. So let's get the sum. Sum of total amount, that is what we want, right? So let's get the sum. Sum, it is sum. So we can give an alias as well if you want. Yeah. Yeah, we should have created one more record. So let's say total revenue. Make sense? So bits of SQL if you want to do something complex, but before you go to raw SQL, this is much better than that. But yeah, now, so there could be the other approach where you get the data and then you pull the value of the link field, but that would require many database calls. This is probably 1 DB call. Not probably 1 DB call because it will just join. But yeah, so now we have the data. We just have to return this. So let's copy this part. It's already in the format that we needed. We'll convert this to Query Builder if you want. You want to learn about Query Builder. So same thing, we'll do it in Query Builder. So let's do this. Let's move this to separate lines. Yeah, this will be the data. Now columns we have to see. What all columns do we have? See the diagram. Columns we need to tell, right? What columns are you sending me? So we have to send a list of dictionaries. So it will be field type, or you can have field name first. Field name, make, label. So you are sending the metadata about what the column, right? Make, what else? Field type, data, works. And then I'll copy this. You can again have the width. So make and, so the order should be same, by the way. Like there is no order in dictionary, so it is fine. But what was the other field we are sending? We called it total revenue. Label can be anything. So let's say total revenue. It will be currency, options. You can provide options. Let's say AED. Got it? Why I said AED? It will format that currency field in that currency. Yeah. Let's find out if it works. We'll go to report list, revenue by make. It works. So it shows the make as well as the total revenue in AD, right? Makes sense. So if I create a new ride booking, let's see if it is actually doing what we wanted it to do. Ride ride booking. We could have added a validation that only one order, one booking. That can be done to enhance this, because right now it is letting me create as many bookings as I want. Let's say A to B, rate is 100, and let's check the report now. Oh, we didn't only submit doc status 1, right? Works? Okay. Now we want the pie chart. Okay. So now, again, apart from this two, we have to return some more things from here. None, none, none. I think 5. 5 is the like max it takes. And one of them is the report summary, and one is the chart that you want to render. So I'll always forget the order. Like whenever you face this situation, let's first check the documentation. Reports, Frappe Framework. Script report, yeah. Yeah, I could have clicked from there, but fine. A developer can optionally return a few parameters: message, chart, report summary. Six. I haven't used like most of it. So let's see. Okay. I'm going to do is this way. So I'll open the best place to rig for reports. ERP next. So you can search for def execute. Profit and loss statement.py. As you can see, this is just a script report. See, execute function. And let's see what it returns. See, oh, columns, data, none. I don't know what this does. This is, I think, uh, message. Yeah, message, chart, report summary, and primitive summary. So we won't use all of it. We want the chart. So that is the fourth one, right? We'll return the fourth one, and we'll try to return some string here. So let's see whether the message gets printed or not. Okay. So code is the best documentation again. So I'll say this is message summary. Now I know I don't need you anymore. Go away. Yeah. So chart, you have to return an object, right, of the form that Frappe Charts understands, right? So for now I will return none here. Go back. And this is the summary, right? The third argument that we returned from here, from the report, this thing. Here is the report. If I change this gets changed there. Here is the report. This is chart. So let's prepare a chart object. And as I said, Frappe Charts. Here you will find the documentation for this. And here is the how the object should look like. See, it takes labels and data sets, right? So labels are the label of the, so in case of pie chart, it will be, what do you say? Okay. This will be this thing, right? BMW, Hyundai. Make sense? And then datasets is nested because you can have multiple different charts, mixed chart. So here we want simple. So if we give the chart BMW and Hyundai, and we'll say these are the data set is the revenue itself, right? So it will figure out the pie. You just have to give it the right numbers. BMW 9000 and then Hyundai this. So let's pass in. So first I'll give the labels. So this labels will be, where are the labels? Data dot. So we have to extract what? This part, right? A list of this list of makes, right? So we can iterate over this list and extract this, or use the list comprehension. X dot make for X in data, right? And then data sets, data sets. That will be a list. And here we have to return, not name, wait. We'll just return values. That will be X dot total revenue. I'll explain, just be with me. For X in data. And we'll return the chart here. We have to define some more stuff. What's the type of the chart? Pie. I think it should work without that. See? Here it is mixed chart. So that's why it is defining per. Where? So in this case it looks like, but in general you would like have some summary of it. Yeah. These are separate things, so that's why they are separate. Okay, why it doesn't work? Okay, so let's debug. For some reason it is not showing up here, and it is not giving an error as well. So no, I don't think name is required. Let's see some more examples. Access charts. Why we can search. See, you can just part the labels and the values. Okay. I think if this is the case, and this two nested. No. Yes. So wait, what does it say? Okay, this is something else. But yeah, we missed this thing while we were reading the documentation. You see that data needs to be inside data key. So data and then label and data sets. So yeah, you don't have to remember this. You can just look it up in the charts documentation. But at least you give it the data, it rendered the chart, right? It figured out what is the percentage and it rendered it. Is not a child of their node. Internal something. It is coming from here. This dot svg. Yeah, unrelated. It is coming from the rendering chart, but not related to something we did. Sharik. Yeah. So yeah, now we have. So okay. Any questions in this? I think bar or line. Line most probably. Your guess is correct. Nothing. Nothing. Let's see. Like if we do bar, let's see if it is the same. Yeah. No. 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 No, if you don't give type, it is just yeah. So see, undefined is not a valid. Maybe it tried to render it, but Vincent colors here. No. No. I don't think you have to provide type. Yeah. Uh, okay, come on. Okay. Yeah, line is. Then you also have this donut. Donut. Yeah, donut. Like a donut, but like a pie chart, but hole in it. With a hole in it. Yeah. Yeah. So you can experiment, try it out. Like a lot of options available. You can render mixed stuff. You can render the horizontal. There is also heat map. Heat map is used in your profile, by the way. That is also coming from Frappe chart. This thing. Yeah, this also comes from Frappe chart. This too. So wherever you see chart in Frappe, it is being rendered with Frappe charts. Yeah. So filters, if you want, you have to define them in the JS file here. Same as the column, you can say, okay, field name, my filter, label, my filter. Oh, field type is required. Field type, link, options. Anything, we're just testing. So report. What did I do? Correct. What is it looking for? Hmm? Oh, link L capital. Yeah, correct. Okay, you see your filter. So this is the link field to vehicle. But yeah, now when you console or print here, it will send you that filter, whatever the user has selected. Here you can do whatever if checks you want, right? Filters. So let's see. Okay. So we'll say this and we'll check the logs. See, my filter one. So then you can use that to filter your results however you see fit and return them. Okay. Yeah. That's much better. So thanks for reminding that one. That's much better. So what you can do is, like, that has one more benefit. So you can say frappe dot errprint, and let's directly give filters here, right? Now, if I open up JavaScript console, it will also print it in the front end. It prints in the back end, also front end. So you don't have to jump back and forth between your front end and back end just to check your debug logs. See, filter 2. This is coming from this error print. Thanks for the reminder. Cool. Score? Should we wrap? Or what topics do we have?
I have like a general question.
Yeah.
With number ranges. So if you have an auto increment in the naming rules, and after a while you'll get to the end of it. Like you had 2 digits or single digits, whatever, and now it's 99 or 9. What happens?
100. No, like you're telling it to start at 2. So minimum it will be 2, otherwise it will be.
So it will overflow.
Yeah, it can still go about that.
If you define hash like 2, it will only end up in 2 digits, right? Or it will skip to the next one. Like
After
counter.
99 it will go to 100.
Now, if you put hash only in that expression, it will still
It will still go.
Okay, good.
Otherwise it will fail after.
Yeah.
that's right.
Especially considering that the count is global, you easily could
That's it.
exceed.
Yes, I'm still not sure about the global count thing.
Actually, it is. I tried for another
tried?
doctype also. It is just
Yeah,
implementing
it is
to the
there.
previous one.
You checked?
We are not maintaining for each doc type.
Is
It
this
is
a-
global.
And this is fine. This is per design or this is a bug?
Yeah, it is by design because we.
But it is a bug, right? We
It
have to
is-
use counter.
It's a
in
bug
each
by
doctype.
design.
Yeah,
It's a bug.
yeah.
It's a bug by design.
I think there was some problem because of namespacing and all. That's why we did it in this way.
But it was not
We have to
the
look at
previous
into the
version,
issue
right?
or the PR that
No, it is
is
there
the
from the
cause
start.
of it or the decision that was made. I am not.
The naming series is very complex thing, so.
If you use naming rule also, it's the same.
Yeah. That's why we had the option to change the count from the settings.
Naming, document naming settings.
Because we got many issues, and what we do is we go and update the count. That's why we added in the settings, because it is a complex thing. We cannot maintain.
Naming
forever.
series is a good way to go. Naming series has its
Yeah,
separate
yeah.
counter, right?
Yes.
Naming series has
We
its
tried.
separate counter.
If you're adding naming rule, it in turn make a series, right?
Yeah.
Naming rule also makes a.
Yeah.
So let's start at frappeui.com itself. Okay. So yeah, I'll tell you why we built this, and then we can have an overview. So you see desk right now, right? So there is like the list view, the form view, there's that, everything is there. But when we built Frappe Cloud, right, that needed some tailored UI. That okay, deploy in progress, there's that. So that had to be a portal as well, because we were not the ones who were going to use, like, not the only ones to use Frappe Cloud. So it has to be a portal because external people can come and create new site, deploy apps, etc., etc. That had to be a portal. So Faris took an approach. He built a Vue.js front end. He built some UI buttons, there's that, and he built Frappe Cloud dashboard, which is the front end of Frappe Cloud, and it was written in Vue.js. That was fine. Then somewhere along the line, we decided we want to do labs. Labs is basically a team in Frappe where we are building new products, right? Apart from ERP next. So we wanted to build new products like Frappe CRM, the builder I showed you, Insights. These all products, right? They also required a tailored experience. The game plan, it started with game plan. So Faris was building game plan. And while building game plan, he realized that this common things like a button, checkbox, dialog box, or the badge, right? These are all the common components you require while you are building a custom front end. So he started extracting out as a separate package while he was building game plan. Game plan is a team communication tool. So he extracted that out in a library so others can also use it, right? And this follows the Frappe's new espresso design system. So all our products can use this, have the same button, so they don't have to re-implement it, right? You can even do npm install FrappeUI and you will get all this in your front end as well. So that's how, like, now each product uses FrappeUI plus Frappe Framework, the new products we have. And it is very fast because they don't have to spend time building common components like a file uploader, right? There is also a list view contributed by Sharik, badge, avatar. So now they are building products, like we are building products. And also, if we find some common component, we are contributing to this. So any other app that comes in can use the same, right? So this speeds up the development, this plus the framework. And this Frappe UI is not something very, so just with Frappe framework, right? It is not that you can only use this with Frappe framework. You can use this with any Vue.js project, Vue 3. But it has some libraries, we call that the resource manager, that will let you talk to your Frappe backend easily and have reactive stuff in your front end. So for example, we have a create document resource. So you give it the name of the doc type and the document, it will fetch and keep it in, what do you say? It also manages caching, front end caching, and stale while revalidate is there. So like you just switch and it auto refetches the data in the backend and refreshes. So advanced front end technique basically. So that all is also baked into Frappe UI. So if you are using it along with framework, it has more powers. But you can use it with vanilla as well. So this will give you the components. It's up to you to lay out and build your custom experience that you want. As Bhutan was saying that we wanted a mobile view, right, for the admins. So you can use Frappe UI if you want to build a custom UI, right? So this works in Vue 3. So our PWA, the Frappe HR, is also built on top of this.
Show me vehicles.
So vehicles, right?
Yeah.
There, I think. Because if I jump into code, I have to create a Vue.js project, right? So you can use Doppio for that. It will help you set up, or you can just run this command. If you want to set up Frappe UI in your custom app, you can say bench add Frappe UI. So this command is brought in by Doppio, by the way. First, you have to install Doppio. And then you can tell what should be the name of the dashboard that will be created in your portal, right? Maybe you can call it portal. Which app do you want this to be part of? Where do you want to install Frappe UI? Rentals. Yeah, rentals. Adding Frappe UI starter to rentals. It will give you a starter code. And let it install the packages. It is setting up the Vue project along with Frappe UI. That is what it is doing. Yeah, you will see when we open. So it's done. You can visit the docs or you can start the dev server. And now if you see your rentals app, right, it will have a folder called portal. In here, it has the Vue.js project. This is the complete Vue.js project along with Tailwind CSS, which is used by Frappe UI for styling, etc. So if I go into the source, it has home page and login page. So here you will see we are importing create resource from Frappe UI. And that create resource, you can give it a URL, dotted path. And you can say auto true, it means it will auto fetch when the page loads. So these are the create resource I was talking about. There is create document resource. So it takes the name of the doc type and the document name and fetches that data. And then you can render it dynamically here in the above. See, at click, we are calling the fetch. And it also gives you the loading state, whether the data is loading from the backend or not, right? Then you can see we are displaying the data that came back from the backend. through this, it won't work. But you can combine the page feature and this one to build in the desk itself. You can build your own custom interfaces. DocType. Yeah. 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 So tomorrow let's do page. Yeah. So I think people are interested. So page can be an advanced feature because other. No, no, we can embed. Yeah. Now I had an assumption that like it. No, no, we can. No, 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 no. Frappe UI. We can. Frappe UI is a package. We can install it in a Vue.js project and then bundle it. Yeah. Yeah, we can
What's
discuss
the
more about it.
experience?
Yeah. Yeah.
How does it look? Yeah.
So that was the whole point of creating Frappe UI. So you can control how you want to do the UX. So it will give you the tools to do it.
If you go to the Frappe framework, basically the user interface, user logs in, it doesn't want nothing. What does it see? Does it see a shortcut? What?
Where?
So it's not going to be part of the shortcut.
Desk. No, 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 no. So Frappe UI is not something that is like very tightly integrated in the framework. No,
It's not.
no, no. It, yeah. It's just a UI library.
That, okay.
It's just like anything normal that if you, yeah,
Shortcut to it.
you can create a shortcut to it. So
Okay.
Raven works like that. So, so for example, if I go to my website, right? So you can even add open. So if I want to open insights, I can say open insights, right? See, it opened the insights portal. So this is built on Frappe UI. So you can see the buttons and everything are coming from Frappe UI. The not the entire, yeah, it is built custom, but the components or the pieces, right? They come from Frappe UI. Yeah. So it also uses the resource, etc., to fetch the. These are all maybe a doc type in the backend, which are being fetched and displayed. So the developer can decide how he wants to display it.
Yes.
It is not like the desk you get pre-baked UI.
Yeah. The user cannot click on okay, go to desk. It doesn't see the E on the top. I hope you get my point.
He
So
can go back to it.
yeah.
Yeah, this is a complete different out of the desk. Yeah,
Okay. So it's not really part of the desk. It's completely outside.
complete outside of the desk. Exactly.
It looks like it's part of the desk because you've got
Because the
desk. Yeah. Go
sys-
back to the desk.
yeah, you can go back to the desk. So it's like think of it about that is the operating system.
Yeah.
This is one of the apps. So you click and you can go to the app,
Yeah.
but you come out of the app and then you are back in the desk.
Yeah. But if you don't want to log in again or anything like that, it will take your, basically credentials.
No, no, same. Credentials again, it won't ask.
It won't ask.
Yeah, it works on the same backend. Backend is the same, just the front end is different.
Running of the same context.
Yeah, same session.
Same process.
Site is the same. So if you're on abcd.com/app, that is your desk. abcd.com/insights is this. Same site, same everything, just the whole. Yeah, Frappe UI you can't use in Flutter. Framework you can use. The framework you can. Like it is front end agnostic. Nikhil Kothari, the Raven instance, right? That is React. Most of our apps, like all of our apps, on Vue. The one I am doing right now, live, that is also React. Yeah. So any front end works. It's because it is outside of the desk. If you want inside the desk, that is also possible using the page feature. So both are possible. You can decide what you want to do. Print designer, that is in the desk. So this was brief on Frappe UI. And like, so the whole philosophy of this benefits us because if, so this recently, the latest portal that got built was the education portal, right? So that portal was for the students' parents, the guardians, right? They wanted to check the fees they have paid, and it had to be part of the education module of ER. So education is a separator now, right? So what he did was, because it was already framework, he used Frappe UI components to build a portal. And I think Frappe Education, if we search student portal, see. So this list view comes from Frappe UI. This uh, controls come from Frappe UI. See, badges. He also integrated Razorpay payments, so the mm, parents can pay the fees of their children, and it also shows their attendance whether they are absent or present. See, this dialogue, this controls all come from Frappe UI. So he can just focus on what is working instead of designing these things, and it looks same in all Frappe apps. So if you want to create a custom Frappe app with a custom front end, you can use Frappe UI. If you want it to look similar, or any other UI framework if you want to. Faris's call. So Faris liked Tailwind, he used Tailwind, everybody followed. Same is the case for Vue. So he used Vue, everybody started using Vue. But their personal preference. Yeah, personal preference, exactly. So Tailwind is more of, it doesn't give you any starting point. It will reset all the styles. Bootstrap gives you designed components, right? Tailwind doesn't give you components. It's not a component library. It's just a CSS framework which lets you easily write styles. That's it. Yeah. So this all was designed from scratch. This button and everything. So once it is designed, now anybody can use it. This dialog, what will be the color of the backdrop. Now new engineer doesn't have to decide that what will be the border radius of this thing. Yeah, so easily what you can do is, I had here, if you select, I want to use this button, right? So you can just import button, and you can say, I want a solid button, theme gray, like the other one. You can have loading text, loading. So you just have to import button. Similarly, if you want to use a dialog box. So let's go to dialog, show dialog, this dialog, right? So you can just import dialog component, and you can say what will be the title of the dialog. You are not designing anything here. You are just giving the data. It will take care of rendering it like the pre-designed thing we have, right? And this is Vue.js. So you can set the size, XL2, XL3, XL. In Frappe, you can't control the size of the dialog as we were discussing in the morning. Error message, file uploader. Some components are more complicated. This one handles the uploads as well, not just design thing, right? Then you have form control, a lot of form controls. Checkbox, this progress is there, designed by yours truly. Then there's pop over, this one. Yeah, so there is a switch. Yeah, tabs. These are all components you can use. As you can see, you just tabs, and then you can define your content. What will be the tabs? So you're not designing anything here. You're not styling anything here. You're just telling, I want a set of tabs with this data and label. It will render nice UI. This is what the concept of a UI library in general is. You don't have to meddle with the design. You will get nice looking designs just by using the components that are provided by the library. Colors. So everything here is like chosen, what do you say, meticulously. So we worked with our design agency to design each and everything here, starting from the font weight, padding, everything. They gave us the design, then that got implemented in Frappe UI. We are calling that Espresso, the design system. Yeah. So that is for custom. You can do a lot just without it. this is for building, maybe you want to build products or some consoles outside of the desk. But whatever we learn still applies everywhere. The framework is the same. That was a quick brief on FrappeUI. Anything on this?